Hey guys, how's it going? Happy Monday. Kicking off this trading week. Let me set this room real quick and then we can get started. So let me just get this all set up right here. And then once everything's set up, we can kick off this this trading week, guys. So today is March 1st. It's first of the month. This year's flying by, guys. It's crazy. It's March already. All right, so let me get this set up real quick. Set up this room, get this link, and then we should be good to go. All right, let's let this load up real quick. Hey guys, so I'm inside this DAX trade right now. This DAX buy for a scalp. Currently in profit. It's been bouncing around a lot the past, I guess, 20 minutes or so. But I do see it pushing back up. So let me just get this link out real quick, and then we should be good to go, guys. So let me just send this out right here. All right, cool. So I got that link sent out right there. Let me just send this out to the to the social media real quick, and then we should be good to go. Send it on the Instagram too. So on the Facebook. Send that to emails. All right, get this on the Facebook real quick, and we should be good to go. So I got that on the Facebook. Now it's got to post it on the Instagram real quick. All right, looks like we're good to go, guys. So let me just set this up real quick. I think we're good. I'll swipe up button here. All right, looks like we're solid. Let's get this posted up real quick. Looks like we're good to go. Let me open up the chat real quick to see who's here. And then I think we're done. All right, cool. So the chat's good. Open to go, guys. So good morning, guys. Welcome back. Happy Monday. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Yeah, I'm ready to kick off the trading week. So basically, I'm in this scalp right here for the DAX. When I entered, it wasn't that choppy, but then it got super choppy like the past 20 or 30 minutes ago. And the market is just about to open right now at 6:30. So hopefully this shoots up in my direction. If not, it's all good. It was just, it was just a random trade. I got online, I saw it, and then I decided to take it, but then I didn't realize it was going to bounce around so much. So it's all good. I mean, this is just a tester trade anyways, the small lot size, just to kick off the, the trading week to get my feet wet. So basically that's what I'm looking at here for the DAX. I'm also looking at US 30 here for another entry. Some people did catch this trade right here. So Billy caught it. Yeah, he caught it right here. He locked in some, he sent me a video here where he took this trade and he pretty much hit the, he hit his TP, but he forgot to put a target, but he still locked in about 2,000 for the day. So this is just for the day. He was just scalping a bunch of stuff on his own. Yeah, he got 2,062 for the day. He was just like, K2 scalp strategy is so easy, cavemen can do it. So he locked in some nice profit. He scalped GJ, he scalped US 30, took a small loss there for Bitcoin. Then he took a couple losses here for EJ. But I mean, overall for the day, he's been killing it. Like he's been pretty much been hitting profit for US 30, which is all I trade. You know, there's a reason for that. And his GJ right here carried over those small losses as well. So congrats to Billy for kicking off the trading week in profit. Other than that, let me just check real quick and let me send you guys a Zoom link for you guys who are in the premium. So let me get this real quick. There we go. And then I'll send the Zoom link out for you guys here in the premium room. So here is the Zoom link for you guys so that you guys can catch my scalps, real time, obviously. So we got that set up there. I'm just looking for some, for some entries here off US 30. I do have my zone set up already. So let me just, there's another zone right here. So let me just update this zone real quick. Hey, David, how's it going, bro? Hey, David, sorry, my bad. I knew we were supposed to get on that live yesterday, but I ended up, had to drive up to Oceanside. I told you what I had to do yesterday. So I didn't get back till like pretty late last night. So we'll hop on that session maybe today if you want to, David. But yeah, right now I'm currently just looking for these scalps right now off US 30. I'm currently in the scalp for the DAX right now, but I'm waiting for the for any other ones to appear. So other than that, the Forex market here is kind of slow today, guys. I know that we looked over what was it, GU yesterday? I'm glad we didn't take this trade, right? Because it pulled back super heavy. Because I know a lot of you guys are looking for this buy right here, and I was telling you guys, we should probably hold off. That's why I didn't call it a trade. But it did go through some heavy retracement right here. But I mean, it might swing back up, right? So it retraced down a little bit to break and retest, basically. Broke structure, retest, and then it's probably going to shoot back up. Otherwise, if it provides for this this sell signal right here, then it might come down. Because me and Samurai were talking yesterday. If you guys sat in on my live session yesterday, we did discuss that that the US dollar is probably going to be in strength, because you guys did see that the US did bomb Syria. So, it's a power move. It's a power move indicating that, the US wants to show that they're in strength, and, they're just doing whatever they want to do. So just going to CNBC real quick. We're probably going to see the dollar be in strength this week, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see how everything, moves from there. I mean, fundamentals are so subjective. We're really not going to know what's going to happen until it happens. But yeah, guys, so I'm in the DAX. So going back to what I was talking about earlier, I'm looking for some scalp entries here for US 30. But the market's just about to open at 6:30, so I'm probably not going to enter any trades just yet. I'm currently in this DAX position right here. I entered it earlier around this area when it wasn't so choppy and it was spreading out, but it did get choppy as we get closer to market open. So I'm in this trade right now currently, and I'm now looking for some more entries here off US 30. So other than that, let me check the chat real quick and see who's in here, and then we can, obviously we can get started. So hey, morning Kushi, morning Kirsten. Yeah, Kirsten, I just sent out the link. Not sure if you got it. I think you did, right? I see you in here. Yeah, so I just sent out that link, Kirsten, in the premium if you want to go grab it. Morning, John. Morning, City. Morning, Karen. Morning, Camo. Morning, Jeremy. Morning, Biko. Morning, Funky. Morning, Mark. Morning, everybody. Mark saying, what are you doing near Oceanside? Mark, my girlfriend lives in Oceanside, so I had to go pick her up. Her car's getting serviced, so I had to go pick her up, drop her off. So I was there last night just to go back and forth. All right, let me check this real quick. Morning, Peter. Morning, Shonda. Morning, everybody. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. Glad to see you guys here today. I'm ready to get back into these profits, really. That's really what it is here. It's funny because a lot of people are excited for the weekend, but most of us here are excited for Monday or Sunday because we want to get back to our trading. And I'm glad that the trading week's back. So it is March 1st, guys. It's a brand new month. So we're going to see a lot of volatility this week. It is NFP, volatility is going to be very, very high this week. And it's actually going to be really beneficial for a lot of us here who who are scalping the snipe strategy, right? I think we had some decent profits this morning already. So let me go to my saved messages here. So this morning, here's the timestamp right here for today. There's a couple people who are killing it. So Billy this morning, he killed it for the day. He's locked in 2,062 for this week. Eric over here as well. Eric locked in 3,000. So you guys can see here, I didn't even trade myself, but if you guys were trading, today, you guys locked in some pretty nice profit. Here's Sisuk over here. 28th was yesterday. So Sisuk over here was scalping US 30. He locked in 813. And that's pretty much it for this week so far. So Sisuk has locked in some nice profits scalping US 30. Eric over here locked in some nice profits scalping the DAX 30, US 30, S&P 500, NASDAQ 100. And that's pretty much it for here for Eric. Eric can't stay away from the charts. And that's a good thing because he's killing it. And then also Billy over here. So great work between, this little area of the K2 members. If you guys have any profits and you guys want me to share them, just send them over to me or post them in any of the chats so that we can start it off. But anyways, let me check the chat and see who else is in here. Hey, morning, Giovanni. Morning, David. Morning, Josh. Josh, did you take the Sunday Fun Day entry? It looks like Billy took it, and it looks like he locked in some profit. So if you guys aren't familiar with the Sunday Fun Day strategy, this is Josh's strategy. He actually created this strategy, and some people follow it. Basically, what Josh did here is so let me just show you guys real quick. So this is a strategy that one of the K2 members, Josh, he's been a long-time K2 member from even before K2 was a company, honestly. He's been around for a while. And basically, he created this strategy where he takes the first valid K2 signal as soon as the market opens from the weekend. So the market opened right over here. You can see this big gap, right? So the market opened right here. Let me just mark it up real quick for you guys to see right here. He marked it up right here. He basically takes the first valid signal. So right here, after the market reopened for the weekend, you would take this first signal right here. You go for 1,500 pips, and then you would let it run. Unfortunately, I didn't take this trade. I wasn't paying attention at this time. I probably should have. But if you took it, it would have hit full TP eventually right there. So this is Josh's strategy. I didn't even create the strategy, but this is like another strategy that one of the K2 members created. And there's a couple people here who took it. So I think, so Billy, oh, nice. So Billy right here just hit another full TP. Congrats, Billy. Billy said hit twice. So he took the Sunday Fun Day strategy right here. He marked it up for me.
Don't mind the background music.
He took the Sunday Fun Day strategy earlier, and then he took this scalp right here. He forgot to set a TP, unfortunately. But yeah, you guys can hear in the video right here. He didn't set a TP, but he trusts, he trusts the strategy because he applies this every time. And he just showed me another screenshot over here, straight to full TP. He missed that first one, but he came right back up and hit it just like it was supposed to. So congrats to you, Billy, and congrats to everyone else who took, these trades here. He took the Sunday Fun Day and he took the scalp. So he's up pretty heavy right now. So if you look at his profits here, he's up 2,000 for the day, and he just hit that full TP off this one. So he's probably up even higher right now. New profits, Billy. So you guys can see me here messaging Billy. I'm waiting for him to send his new profits because he just hit his full TP off this, right over here. We're just waiting for him to hit that. And then once he sends me his new profits, I'll send it to you guys right now. Let's see. He's going to send it over in a second. Morning, Matt. Nice. So Josh went for 750 pips. Not bad at all. James said, how do you get those green and James, so for these red and green vertical lines here, these are the K2 momentum indicators. So if you have the K2 indicators, you'll see that you'll get these momentum signals on the chart for you. Hey, morning, Manuel. Shauna said, can the video for Sunday Fun Day be shared with us? Yeah, Shauna. So I haven't. Well, here's the thing. That strategy isn't one that I created. So it's not something that I'm teaching yet. I need to go and back test it to make sure it's it's pretty accurate, because I only share strategies with you guys that I know work, right? I'm not going to share like user made strategies with you guys because I haven't tested them yet. And I only want to give you guys something that actually, is consistent. I'm not saying that this isn't consistent, but it's not something that I necessarily have back tested yet. So when I do back test and it does work, Shonda, then I'll share it with you guys. But it's just the same strategy. It's the same strategy as our daily entry. It's just applied on market open from the weekend. So basically when the market reopens on Sunday, like right here on the 28th, you just take the first valid signal, and that's pretty much it. But other than that, it's, I mean, there's nothing that's really different from it. I just don't want to teach you guys it, and then I'm not 100% sure that that it's consistent yet. So once I do back test it, I'll create a video for it, but it's not necessarily ready just yet because I need to back test it to make sure that the parameters are proper. So other than that, all right, perfect. So Billy just sent me his updated profits right here. So these were his profits from last night when he got, you know, the 2000, and then this morning he just hit those buys for US 30 right there. And there you go, right? That's the one I just showed you guys. So he took the Sunday fun day strategy, and he took some scalps here as well. So he locked in another 1,000 today. He locked in the 2,000 yesterday right here, 2,062. So he's up 3,000 for the week. So nice work, Billy. And continue to lock in those profits. So let me go ahead and just save that to our results here. And then I will continue to look on from here. Okay, so James, for these boxes right here, you just click, if you want to enter a long position, just click on this tool right here, click on long position, and then you can put a long entry there. If you want to enter a short position, the opposite, just click on this here, click short position, and then you'll be able to set this from the below side. So that's pretty much how you would set these up right here. James. Yeah, James. So you would use this tool here. It'd be either the long position if you're taking a buy, or the short positioning tool if you're taking a short. And that'd be right over here under these tools right here, which would be the prediction and measurement tools. All right, guys. So let me go back to the scalps over here. So I'm going to go back to my DAX over here. And there's my DAX position, and I'll show you guys my live trade here to show you guys that I'm actually, you know, taking this trade on my own account. So here's my DAX position right here. I'm in profit about 136 right now. Like I mentioned, it's a small position. I'm not taking anything too crazy right now because I'm just trying to get my feet wet, trying to get my confidence up for the trading week because this is my first trade for the week. So that's all I took right there. I'm letting it run at this point right here. I'll just set an alert here so I know, you know, when target gets hit and stuff. So let me just set an alert right there. Scalp number 1, full TP. All right, so I got that set up right there. I'm currently in profit about $200 now, so it's pushing up pretty nicely. So it looks good. Yeah, I'm in profit about 200 right now, 190 something. And it's bouncing around. So when it does hit, I'll show you guys. But that's my first trade for this week. I didn't take any trades yesterday, and I'm just sitting it through. So we'll let that run. This looks like a good trade. Like I'm not going to close it out early because there's a bunch of other entries that are available. This red one's a buy, and this one right here is a buy as well. So with that said, it's probably going to keep pushing up even higher, and I'm just going to hold on to it as we, you know, obviously as we move forward with this. So let me go back to the top real quick, and I'm gonna see if I missed any questions because I did see some up here. City said, which broker data do you use for the DAX? So for the DAX, I use Forex.com. So the way that I see it, I think Forex.com is probably gonna be the most accurate if it's available. Then it's currency.com, then it's Awanda. So it just depends on like what you plan on using. But I usually go between Forex.com and currency.com, which have been the you know, the most accurate for myself. Let me see if there's anything else here real quick before we continue on. City said, I don't have that zone where price currently is for the DAX scalp. Oh yeah, so City, it depends on which one you're using. So let me see what's available here. Let me just check real quick. DAX 30. Yeah, I'm not sure what the DAX index, capital.com. Yeah, because the DAX, it has different names. So there's DE30, GER, let's see, DR30. Yeah, so I do see that there's currency.com right here. I'm currently just using Forex.com, so that's probably why yours are different. Let me just pull it up over here real quick. DE30. I'm going to see what's different here. I mean, they're probably going to be the same. Like for the most part, it's just your zones are probably going to be different. So let me turn this on real quick. Okay, yeah. So the zones are a little different from here. City, I can see why yours are different. The closest zone on this one is going to be down there. On Forex.com, it's going to be up here, right? So if I turn this on right here. So the order of yeah, or no, actually, wait, where did I get that zone? Sorry, so I think the zones have changed since last night, guys. So there were zones around this area last night. Yeah, that's weird. Let me see this real quick. So I took this trade right over here. Actually, no, this is right. Wait, no. Sorry, here, let me go back real quick, guys. I think the zones have changed since last night. Let me just go back over here real quick. Because I drew these zones last night when we were on our live session. So let's see, it wasn't here last night. I think it was around this area right here. So if you guys were sitting in on my live session last night, these zones were actually, so your zones are proper. Okay, so there we go. So guys, the reason why I took this trade over here is because if you scroll back to this area, you can see that there were actually zones in this, around this area last night when we were marking up the DAX, because I was live yesterday, I think for the weekly chart analysis. So if you guys were there during my session, there was actually a zone around this area. Let me back it up a little bit. I think we were over here. Yeah, so you guys can see right here that there were zones that were kind of developing around this area. So this is why we have zones there right now. But as price continued to move on further, there were just there are no zones in this area. So that's why I took this trade here, because I marked this up like way before on Sunday. So your zones are actually right, City. It's just that these zones are way different now from last night up until today. So just looking at this here, I mean, if there was a zone here, then this would be the entry, Biko. This is why I took this trade, because we had a rejection off the pivot and rejection off the structure right here. However, if you look at the current zones now, there's no zones in that area. So you wouldn't be able to see this now. But the reason I have that there is because these old zones from yesterday were on, and I didn't bother updating the zones when I woke up in the morning. So I literally just woke up. I was like, oh, the DAX looks like a good trade, and that's why I took it. But if I was to update my zones, I probably wouldn't have taken that trade there. So I mean, I guess it was just a lucky move on my end. It kind of makes me want to close the trade now, because I feel like I got into this trade without really thinking about it. So guys, I'm going to close out my DAX trade right here. You can see I'm in profit 172. I'm just going to close it out right now. And there I lock in some profit. The reason why I closed that trade out is because there's no valid entry right here, right? This entry was a mistake because it had the old zones here. So that's why I closed out in profit right there. So you guys can see right here. This is a brand new account for after the payout. So these are my profits from last week up until this week. Let me show you real quick. So after my payout here, these are my profits from today. I didn't take any trades before that. So this is what I made off that this DAX trade right here. Actually, I just got out of the trade, guys. So if you guys want to exit it, you guys can, if you guys are in this trade, but I entered this right before market open. These are my profits for today, 184 off this. And then you can see here that I haven't had any losses yet. I've just been, on point with pretty much everything lately. So that looks good for the most part. But yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna hit full TP. I just closed out of it because this wasn't a valid trade. I don't like taking trades that aren't valid, right? If they're valid, then I'll take them. If not, then I'm probably gonna hold off. But anyways, let me just go and redraw these. Let me fix that. Let me fix these zones, because the zones that I drew here aren't the current zones right now. And that was my mistake, guys. So like, sometimes you make mistakes. Like even myself, I've been trading for so long, and sometimes I don't even follow all my directions. So sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, right? But that's fine. So let me go ahead and redraw these zones right here. Yeah, so there's technically no entries right here available. I just took this one because we had the old zones from yesterday, but thankfully it actually pushed in, my direction. So here are the new zones. And guys, just make sure to don't follow what I did. Don't just hop into trades without double checking, right? For me, I literally was like half asleep when I took this trade. I literally just got out of bed. I took the trade, and then thankfully it played out. But yeah, here are the new zones right here, actually. So the looks like there wasn't any entries anytime recently. Let me go to the US 30 real quick. Same with this right here. I'm surprised there wasn't a crazy move of volatility. I mean, there was a decent spike right here on market open, but right here on official open at 6:30, it's not really a big move. It's only 200 pips. I was expecting a bigger move for it, but it's all good. We'll be looking for the next entry. So, all right, guys, let me check the chat real quick. Here, let's see. So let's see. John said DAX is breaking through the VWAP. It should be bullish if it closes above the VWAP. Nice, John. Yeah, so we'll keep looking at it to see. I'm still looking for this daily entry as well. So right here, the market opened here at 6:30. So now we're just going to be waiting for this to provide for some sort of entry. Yeah, that's weird. So Kirsten mentioned my US 30 has stopped on TradingView. Tried on my phone, laptop isn't working, but still moving on MT4. Yeah, let me check. It stopped on mine too, Kirsten. I'm not sure why it stopped. Today's not a holiday, right? What is today, the 1st? It's weird. Well, there's US news coming up right here, ISM PMI, but I don't think that's enough to freeze the market, right? Yeah, Kirsten, I'm not sure what's going on with US 30. It's frozen on mine too. It's frozen on my MT4 as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a broker side issue or, I mean, there's a huge spike right there though. Yeah, I think the market's just US 30 is just frozen right now. Kirsten, because looking at this here, it's not really moving on my MT4 either. It's within it's moving like 1 pip or 2. So I'm not sure what's causing the freeze up for US 30, but it's not really moving on my end either. It's not moving at all on my trading view, but on MT4, it's just bouncing around like 1 or 2 pips. And now it's starting to push up. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. Let me fix this real quick. You just refresh it. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure if your guys' US 30 is moving, but mine isn't moving. And my MT4 is just moving back and forth right now. So Kirsten, I don't think it's just you. It's everyone for the most part. It's just frozen. So I don't know if anyone's in this trade right now, but I would. Okay, Edwin said the trading view crashed. Let's see. I mean, everything else is working. It's just US 30 that's just stuck. Let me check real quick. The DAX is still moving. The DAX hit full TP, guys, if you guys had that running on yours. So the DAX that I took earlier, that just hit full TP right there. It looks like everything else is moving. The NASDAQ is moving. S&P is, oh, fuck, did I close it? Shit, my bad, guys. I accidentally took S&P off the watch list. Let me see SPX 500. That's my bad. I accidentally took SPX off here. Let me see index. SPX 500. That. I'm just gonna add that to there. But yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on with US 30. US 30 is just frozen on my end. Yeah, so Edwin said US 30 and NASDAQ are not moving. So let me check that real quick. I think it depends on which broker we're looking at. The NASDAQ is working on mine for Awanda broker data. but US 30 is not moving at all for currency.com. Yeah, I think it might just be broker side data. So let me go to US 30 real quick. And I'll just, I don't know, I'll go to Wanda. So Wanda is still moving. It looks like currency.com data is just frozen right now. I'm not sure what's going on with their data feed, but I guess we'll just look at Wanda data for now. So let me just draw my zones real quick. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's not going to be any entries that are available right now anyways, guys. Just looking at price right now, it's so far from the zone that there's just no entries available, but we'll keep watching it to see if it, starts back up. Otherwise, we'll just look at Wanda data for now, just to prevent, anything from really happening over here. I mean, there's not really much we can do anyways. Price is so high up right here that there's not going to be any entries available just yet. Let me see if the daily entry is coming up yet. No, the daily entry would be a sell signal, so there's nothing really to follow right there anyways. But yeah, look at that huge push up right there for the DAX. It's crazy. Morning, Indra. How's it going, bro? Just looking at this here, this is a big push up right here. Yeah, that's weird that currency.com stopped its futures data. I don't think the futures market is closed right now. Let me save this. Yeah, I think it depends on which broker data you have, Edwin, because for right here, I know currency.com is frozen, their data here for US 30, but it's moving on Wanda data. So it's just broker side data, but it's fine because price is way up here anyway, so we're not going to take any trades. Once this starts back up, then it should smoothen out by then. Hey, morning, Billy. Billy finally made it to the group. Yeah, Billy, I just gave everybody a shout out for you earlier, dude. Like I was looking at your profits. You did pretty good today. For the most part, you locked in 2,000 yesterday and you locked in 1,000 today. So that's great work, bro. You up 3,000 for the week. And it's only Monday morning. But yeah, guys, I see a lot of people asking about everything freezing up. It's frozen up for all of us. It's not just you guys. So anyways, let me go back to the chat real quick and let me see what's going on over here. So James said, what broker do I need for US 30? It's not letting me trade. It's talking about use a sister company. So James, it depends on like what you plan on. I mean, there's a lot of different brokers you can use. A lot of us use FTMO and a lot of us use Hugo's Way. So just depending on, if you have a smaller account size, then Hugo's Way might be your best option, because if you're going to trade real futures, it takes a bigger deposit. You can't trade with a small amount. You have to have like a couple thousand in there. I think for most brokers, they require like at least 25,000 capital for you to trade, the real futures, the actual futures. The E-minis probably require a lot less, maybe like 5,000 or 10. But if you want to trade the real futures, it's going to cost a lot. If you want to trade indices, you're probably better off using, a different broker like Hugo's Way, or if you're comfortable, you can use FTMO like most of us do here. But it just depends on, what you're trying to apply, because you can use a TradeStation, but I think they require a bigger deposit if you want to trade here on TradingView. So it just depends on what you're trying to apply, James, but there's a lot of different options for you depending on how large your account size is and how often do you plan on trading. Yeah, so Marcus mentioned that MT4 is still moving. It is moving on my end too. So I'm using Wanda data right now because the currency.com data is frozen, but Wanda is matching up with MT4 right now. So if you guys are still trying to trade US 30, it's active on Wanda. It's just there's just no entries that are available at this time. So that's why we're not really looking at anything. We're just waiting for this to come back down. We want this to retrace down a little bit and then catch it as it swings back up. Or if it keeps pushing down further, that's fine too. We could take a sell here as it, bounces down, comes back up, and then comes down further from that point. We could do that as well. So it just, we're just gonna have to wait and see how this plays out for US 30. This is normal, guys. So don't worry about like price shooting up like this. The market opened right here at 630. This is usually the manipulated move that happens after market open. And then from this point, it usually, it'll either pull back or it'll continue up higher. So we're just gonna wait and see how this plays out. But it is frozen for us on currency.com. So just keep that in mind, guys, if you guys are looking at currency.com. Hey, Kimmy, morning. Here, let me see. Okay, I'm looking at the chat real quick. Here, let's see. Jeremy said, are the zones actual on US 30? That spiked 30 minutes ago didn't touch the zone on the downside for a buy scalp. I had the same problem with London session. It froze many times. So yeah, Jeremy, let me check real quick the zones over here for US 30. So these zones right here that I have marked up, Jeremy, these are the proper zones because I just drew them up right now. So if you look at this, yeah, if you're looking at this here, if I turn this off, you can see that the those zones line up with these on the chart, right? So you can see the zones right here, down here, and then I just marked these up right now. So these zones are proper right now. Looks like the most recent entry here for US 30, which I think a lot of you guys took, would be this green one right here. This would have been the first entry right here. And the reason for that is because we have the rejection off the pivot in the structure. And then that would be, you know, obviously a immediate win for US 30 right here. So I did see that a lot of you guys caught this. So congrats to you guys who caught it. Let me just check real quick over here. Sorry, I don't know. I'm getting some like random messages here on TradingView. I'm just looking at my TradingView right now. But yeah, so I was going back over here because I was trying to read this. What D Mama Bullish said in this post. It says K2 trades instead of K2 trades. I don't really see the typo here, so I don't know. I might be blind, but I don't see any typo here. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. D on. Oh, she just deleted it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Thanks, D. Yeah. So thanks for letting me know, D. I didn't realize that was misspelled there. So I'll fix that in a little bit. But yeah, anyway, so going back to US 30 over here, like I mentioned, there was this buy scalp right here that was taken. A lot of you guys took it right here. So Billy actually took it right here. He took that buy scalp, locked in a couple $100. I think Eric took it as well. Eric took a buy scalp here for US 30 as well. I'm not sure if that was the same trade, but it looks like everyone here took that buy scalp. Sisuk right here took that US 30 buy scalp right there. He locked in $800. Eric took that buy scalp. I don't know if it was this one or one of these, but they're all wins right here. He made 300 off that, 116 off that, and then another 286 off that. So about 1,000 off that trade. And then also here for Billy, he took that buy scalp for about 1,000. So whoever took this trade here, you know, congrats to you guys, whoever took it. I missed it. Obviously, I was asleep at this time, or I was awake, but I just wasn't looking at the chart. And yeah, Jeremy, I think this is these would be the accurate zones right here for this specific entry. Wow, look at US 30, it's still pushing up like pretty heavy right now. I was waiting for it to come down so we could take some entries, but I mean, there's just nothing available off that. Hey, what's up, Morning Vishnu? Let's see, Edwin said it's strange because I'm on TradingView online and both still frozen. Anyway, I'm looking on MT4. Thanks, Shawn. Yeah, Edwin, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm here on Oanda and it's moving on this one, but currency.com is still frozen. Like I said, guys, I'm not sure why is it frozen. It's usually only frozen if it's a holiday, but I don't think today's a holiday, right? It's only March 1st. Unless there's a holiday that I'm not aware of. I mean, that could be it too. Honestly, I'm not really focused on holidays. I'm just focused on these profits. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys know if there's I don't know if there is something going on that's causing the futures market to freeze right here, but it's moving on Oanda. So I would just use Oanda for now, guys, if you guys are planning on trading, you know, US 30. But okay, so let me what I'm going to do here, I'll just leave that alone. I'm going to add another US 30 here just for that, so I can go back to it. US 30 Oanda. And I'm just going to add a below here so I can go back and look at it. But for now, I'm going to go through the other indices and I'm going to see if there's any other scalps that are available or that were available recently. So there was a scalp here available for the Aussie 200. If you guys took this trade, congrats, because it would have hit full TP. this red one right here and this green one over here, both of these are valid scalps, right? Using the K2 snipe strategy. Reason for that is that we have the rejection off the pivot and the structure right here. So if you took this trade for the for Aussie 200, this would have hit full TP. If you guys were sitting in on my live session yesterday, we actually covered this and it looked pretty nice. So there's the full TP there for the Aussie 200. Looks like there's another scalp that's going to be available right here as well if you guys want to take it. I'm tempted to take it. I might take it myself, but we'll I mean, we'll see how this ends up playing out right here. Let me just add it to my watch list real quick on my MT4. Where's it at? Aussie 200. Yeah, so I'm going to be watching this. Maybe I'll take it. The problem is I never trade the Aussie 200, so I'm not really sure what the sweet spot is or any of that. So I might just watch it. I'm not sure if I'm going to take it on my own account, but I might possibly. So let me just see what the sweet spot would be for this long position right there. It might be 100 pips, but who knows? I mean, I could be wrong. I never trade this, so I'm not sure. Let me just make sure the zones are proper. Okay, another issue here, guys. So, all right, I'm not going to take this trade. The reason for that's because these zones that we have here for the Aussie 200, I drew these zones last night. So if you guys sat in on my live session last night, there were zones in this area up here. However, if you look now, there's no zones, right? The zones are in different spots. So if you guys sat in on my live session yesterday, I marked up the Aussie 200 because there were trades that were to be taken here. However, if you look at this now, these zones right here don't match up with the current zones, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just delete everything. And then I'm going to go and redraw these zones here. So, I mean, unfortunately, we missed this trade right here. I mean, it could have been a trade, but like I mentioned, you know, I have to go back and make sure that these zones are proper before we hop into these, because we don't want to hop into some bad trades, right? Obviously, you want to hop into trades that are good. And this could have been a mistake here if we hopped into it without actually looking. So just looking at this here, yeah, there just hasn't been any entries from this point. The last entry was right here, actually last night, which would have been this this red one right here, or all these actually, these red candles and this green candle right here. But this is going to be a clear view for you. So just looking at this here from this point, there's actually a couple entries right here. Maybe this red one or this green one. Basically, we have the rejection off the pivot in the structure. And this would be, you know, qualified entry for this right here. So if you took this trade, this would have been full TP. There's another one here that we were trying to take, but there's no rejection off the pivot in the structure off here because those zones that were drawn up were from last night. So I just updated these right here. And then, I mean, we're just going to wait from this point because there's no entry here off of the Aussie. Let's see. Josh said, is the data moving for Aussie 200? Yeah, it's moving on my end. Josh, I'm using Honda data for Aussie 200 right here. And I wish I took that trade because look at this now. It's about to hit. It's in profit already, pretty nice. But it's all good. You know, we're just going to skip that for now. Let me go on to the next indice real quick. The China 50 right here. If you guys were following the live stream yesterday, there was a couple entries that were available here for the China 50. You know, I was mentioning that some people in K2 trade this. I personally don't trade it, but I only look at it because some people ask me to look at it. And if you took this trade here, you know, the same requirements that we were just looking at, right? Rejection off the pivot structure. There's actually a bunch of entries right here. There's one right here. There's one right here. There's one right here, one right here, one right here. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entries in this area right here. But if you took any of these, they all would have hit, you know, full TP off this one right here, this big bullish move. So whoever took this trade, congrats. You know, obviously I don't trade the China 50, so I wouldn't have taken it. But if you guys did, you know, full TP off that. Let's see if there's any entries here for the Spain 35. I personally don't trade this either, but I know some of you guys do. And if you guys did take these trades, let me see if there was anything that you guys could have possibly taken for this here. I know we looked at this last night and there were a couple entries that were available. So I'm not sure if anyone caught these, but if you guys did, looks like you would have hit some pretty nice profit off this. So let me mark that up right there. Look at this point over here. So looking at here, I'm just going to go back. Look for the first entry. First entry is this green candle right here, right? The reason for that is because it rejects off the pivot in the structure right there. If you took this trade for the Spain 35, this looks like it would have hit TP as well right there. Or, I mean, well, actually, it's too far off. Let me see if there's, I don't trade this, so I don't know what the sweet spot would be. I'm assuming it'd be about 300 pips, maybe 200 pips. So if that's the case, it's still technically active right now, on its way to full TP right there. So that's it for the Spain 35. I'm going to move on to the French 40. This is another one that we were looking at last night. Let's see. It looks like the zones changed a lot from yesterday's session up until today. But yeah, just looking at this here, if you were to take this trade, looks like the first valid entry would have been, actually, there's no entries here. This would have been a close one, but I don't think I would have taken it. So we'll skip over to the next one. The DAX. This is the DAX that I took earlier. If you guys are just joining the room, this is the trade that I took. The reason I took this trade is because there was a zone right here, but there's no zone currently. That's why I exited early. But I locked in some pretty decent profit off this. I locked in about 200 bucks. Let me check my MT4 real quick. Yeah, so if you guys look at my MT4 right here, I actually locked in some pretty decent profit off that. I locked in about 184 off that one trade for the DAX. You can see the timestamp here, 1500. So it's currently 7. So about an hour ago, I closed out of this trade and I locked in about 200 bucks, 184.29 off that specific trade right there. And there's no entries available yet right now. So if we see another entry available, I'll let you guys know, but there's nothing that's available at this, this specific point in time. Looking at the Nisei over here, I saw some of you guys did take this trade in the premium. Looks like there was a lot of scalps that were available last night. So if you guys traded during London session, I mean, there's a lot of profits to be made here for these specific, pairs over here. Let me just fix this real quick. All right, solid. Let me see if there's anything that you guys could have taken here. No, actually it's too choppy. Wouldn't have traded that. The NASDAQ right here. I did see that some of you guys were talking about trading this NASDAQ. Let me check the premium real quick. So there was, let me see. I did see you guys talking about it last night. I think, was it TAM? I know some of you guys here. So Eric locked that in. Eric locked that in as well. Yeah, you guys were talking yesterday. So TAM locked in. She said all of her NASDAQ 100 hit TP. So like if you took these trades, I mean, I personally wouldn't have taken any of these trades here because it's just too choppy. But it looks like TAM probably took these trades right here. It looks like there was a couple of sells that were available right here. I wouldn't have taken them because you guys know if it's too choppy, I just skip the charts, right? So I don't know if TAM took these. It looks like she probably took these last night. So it looks like she probably took this buy here, this sell here, and then maybe another buy somewhere over here. But like I mentioned, I don't take these trades when they're too choppy. So whoever did take these, I mean, nice work. But for me, I wouldn't take this, especially here. Look how choppy this is right here. It's just way too messy for us to really take these trades off this point. So I'm not gonna bother looking at the NASDAQ. UK 100 right here. There's I don't think there's any trades here that are available. Let me check real quick. So looking at the UK 100, this is it's too choppy for me as well. You can see that the pivots are kind of spread out too much. There's like way too many zones around this area. So it's kind of hard for us to look for anything that is actually hitting. But let me just draw this stuff up right here. That right there. And that right there. All right, so just looking at the UK 100 right here, I think there's a couple entries that were available. So like right here, if you took these, there were a couple entries that were available, but it's not something that I would have taken. There's some scalps right there that you could have taken for a short. I think the sweet spot for the DAX is like 150, I think, or something like that. So if you were to take that trade right there, that would have hit TP with like literally no drawdown. And then there's a couple other entries that are available right here as well. So there's an entry right there that would have hit TP. And then there's a couple other entries over here as well. But it's, like I mentioned again, guys, this isn't something that I would take because it's just too choppy. So let me go back over here real quick. S&P, let me just see if there's any other entries here. I'm just going down the indices right now, guys, because I know a lot of you guys like love to scalp the indices. And I'm just showing you guys, what was available recently. Because I know there's a lot of confusion. A lot of people are asking, if this was an entry, if this was an entry. And that's why I'm here to show you guys, what's an entry and what isn't. because damn, this thing's so messy. This is one big zone right here. I'll just draw one big one, and then another one right over here. But yeah, looking at the S&P, this is also pretty messy here. It's not something that I would necessarily want to take, but just looking at this from this point, looks like the first valid entry would be this red candle right here. There's nothing right here, obviously. This one would be a rejection off the pivot in the structure. If you took that, obviously, you know, it's pretty obvious full TP with like literally no drawdown. It just went straight up. Got the rejection off the pivot and structure. And there's a bunch of entries. You could have taken this red one. You could have taken this green one. You could have taken this green one right here as well. There's 3 entries right there. So if you missed the first one, you could have taken this one as well. And, you know, either way, it would have hit TP regardless. So looking at this right here. Okay, so Billy, thanks for confirming. Oh, shit. This big gap up right here. So currency.com is back up and running. So I'm going to reopen that right now. Okay, perfect. The zones are pretty screwed right now. So it's okay because price is kind of far off anyways. So no biggie right here. It's okay, perfect. I'm gonna go back to currency.com. Let me just delete these zones. And we have some new zones up here. All right, guys, so the data is back up for currency.com. I'm gonna be reopening it. That was weird that it shut down for that long, guys. I'm not too sure why that happened. That never happened, so. There we go with our zones drawn up right there. And then these right here. So we'll be holding off on US 30 for a bit until it comes back down. And yeah, so I think that's it for those. Let me go back to the chat real quick and see what we got here. So Jason wants me to take a look at gold. I'll take a look at gold for you guys right now. Since the indices are too far off anyways, it's not really much that to look at this point. Billy said, will that freeze mess up the zones? No, Billy. So with that freeze right there, it just pulled the data. And then now there's all the zones up here. So you can see that even though price was not running, we still have the zones up here, Billy. So the zones are fine. Because as data starts to come in, the new zones are going to appear. So the zones are fine here for currency.com. Let me go look at gold right now for Jason real quick. So let me pull up the zones over here real quick. So here's gold. I'm just going to delete everything off the chart so you guys can see my analysis from scratch. So I'm going to zoom out from this point. This is what a naked chart looks like, guys. Nothing on the chart, right? First thing I turn on is the K2SR indicator so I can draw my zones. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw my zones on the chart so I can identify where the rejection points are. So draw that there. Draw that there. And then the reason why we draw these zones here are to identify, you know, where to trade and where not to trade. Because obviously you don't want to trade where these zones are because you can see that price rejects off them, right? As soon as price comes down, you don't want to be in a sell because then this could reverse on you directly and then, you know, hit your stop loss. So that's why we draw these zones first so we can identify, you know, where to trade and where not to trade. So we have these zones drawn up here. You can see there's no lower zone here. We need a floor. So in order to do that, we go on the higher time frame. So you go on the 8 hour. There's nothing there. We go on the daily. There's nothing there. We go on the weekly, and there's our zone. Our zone's way down here. So just looking at gold, if you guys followed my analysis yesterday for gold, I mentioned that if price breaks this structure, what do you think is going to happen? That's a long drop down, right? So if you guys want to go and rewatch my analysis yesterday on gold, this is, I mean, it lines up perfectly. So just looking at this point here, if you guys sat in on my live session yesterday, I mentioned that the last time gold broke this structure was back in 2012, right? Isn't that pretty crazy that like you got to go back so many years to catch that drop, right? So if I go on the daily here, let me just show you guys real quick, like how strong these zones are, because we just drew these zones today, but you can see if we go back over here. So this is today, February 2021, right? If we go over here to February 2012, or no, yeah, in 2012 right here, look at the last time it broke structure. See, when it broke structure right here, what happened? Price broke structure and it dropped all the way down here, right? Let's see how big of a push that is. That's like well over 250 pips, right? So looking at this here, this is in 2012 where price broke structure. Let's go back to where price currently is now. So if I go back to where price currently is right now, this day, it's doing the same thing, right? So what happened? It broke structure right there. What do you think is going to happen from this point? Same thing. History always repeats itself, right? So just looking at gold here, I mean, it looks pretty bearish to me. And if you guys followed my analysis yesterday, if you guys didn't watch my analysis yesterday, you should go back and rewatch it because we analyzed this pretty deep. You know, I mentioned that the US dollar is probably going to be strong. The US did bomb Syria over the last week or so, you know, thanks to Biden. So with that said, you know, it's a power move by the US. So with that said, we're probably going to see this drop even further off this point. I mean, but who knows? It might not play out like as smoothly, but I think overall it's going to drop down. So today's March 1st, you know, check this chart a month from now, see what happens from here. It's probably going to drop because, you know, just looking at the data over here from 2012, I mean, it took a while, right? It didn't happen right away, but it did drop. So if we time this from here, it took about 185 days for it to drop all the way down there, right? But just imagine if you took a sell from there and it had no drawdown, literally, because if you took the sell here, it never came back above the structure, right? You just held on to it and it dropped all the way down. So just looking at current data over here, that's probably what's going to happen over here as well, because it's just history repeating itself. So let me go back and go to the 4-hour real quick, and I'll just show you guys what I see on the chart right here. So the reason why I identified the sell right here is because I turned on the momentum indicator and the bias is a sell, right? Right here. So if you guys followed my analysis yesterday, we marked it up from this point. So what I did was I marked it up from here and I was like, all right, cool. It's probably going to drop if it breaks below this structure. And what happened from that point? It dropped, right? It's just a clear break and retest right here. So this is the analysis that I drew up. So we have the rejection from this point. We have the sell signal right here. With that said, it pushes down to the next structure right here, right? When it breaks structure again, because we still have this sell signal right here, what happens from that point? It pushes down to this structure right here, right? So it's the same thing, just repeating itself. Again, right here, this slightly broke structure. So, you know, with that said right there, breaking structure, what happens? It drops from that point again, right? So that's basically why I identified this as a drop right here. And then just looking at this drop from this point, you can see it drop slightly. Retest of the structure, and then drop back down, right? So like I mentioned, I think this is going to drop all the way down. But it's not going to be a smooth run down. It's going to bounce around before it goes down. But I don't think price is going to go back up to this area. So just looking at this here, this has got a long drop to go. It might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow, it might not happen a week from now. But you know, I expect this to drop like a month or so from now. So just keep that in mind if you guys are looking at this analysis here. Because I've been analyzing gold like every day for the past what is it, like 3 or 4 months. If you guys go back to any of my live streams, there's always someone that asks about gold. And every time we analyze gold, it plays out perfectly. So just keep that in mind. But this might not, you know, this is my analysis right now. If price ends up breaking above here, then my analysis changes, right? That's why you guys shouldn't just be focused on like one direction every single time, because there's no guarantee that this is going to play out, right? This might come back up. Like what might happen is we might get faked out. Price might come back here, and then it'll close above there. And then what happens is it comes right back down, right? The market never moves 100% smoothly. There's back and forth movements. It depends if there's any news that happens. I think there's news this week. Let's see. I mean, it is NFP. So there's NFP this week. There's also the OPEC meeting on Thursday. There's a lot of stuff going on this week. So this can easily bounce around. I mean, I see it overall going down because I think the US dollar is going to gain in strength. However, this is probably going to bounce back and forth before it actually gets to that point. You know, one way to look at how strong the dollar is to pull up the DXY, which is the dollar index. So look at the DXY right here. Look at how strong this is right here, right? This is a strong dollar right here. So if this continues to push up higher and higher, what do you think is going to happen to gold? This is going to continue to drop, right? Because if the US dollar is in strength, they move opposite of each other. Gold and the dollar move opposite. So if the dollar goes up, gold goes down. If the dollar goes down, gold goes up, right? It's pretty simple, guys. So just remember to keep that in mind if you guys are analyzing gold. You know, analyze gold with the dollar index. If you see the dollar index going up, what are you going to do? You're going to sell gold. If the dollar index is going down, what are you going to do? You're going to buy gold, right? It's really simple, guys. Don't overcomplicate it, because a lot of people want to use like a million indicators using like analyzing gold and stuff like that, or even other assets. It's not just gold. And you guys just got to keep it simple. A lot of people want to overcomplicate trading. And when you guys do that, you guys end up taking bad trades, right? Because you guys think too much about it when in reality, the trade can only go two directions. I mean, obviously it can go sideways, but what happens after it goes sideways? It goes up or down, right? So don't overcomplicate trading, guys. Just keep your analysis straight to the point. You know, if you have a bias, then trade in that direction. If you don't have a bias, then build a bias. You know, figure out what you think is going to move. If you draw your zones here, like if I take off the momentum indicator here and you guys just analyze it from this point, you guys can see here that it's pretty simple, right? It's been moving down from this point all the way down here. Why do we have a sell bias? Because it's coming down. It's common sense. But I mean, if your bias changes, like here, check this out, guys. Like this is how simple trading can be. Like a lot of people want to really, really overcomplicate it. But in reality, like check this out. See how price goes up from here? We have a buy bias, right? If I turn on the momentum indicator, look at this buy signal right here. Buy bias, right? Rejection from this point, sell signal, sell bias. It's really not that difficult. But I mean, for some reason, a lot of people want to overcomplicate this thing. So just keep that in mind if you guys are analyzing this. If you guys are looking at gold, just compare it to the dollar index. And then that'll give you your answer. You know, where should you be trading? If the dollar index is pushing up, then you're going to sell gold. If the dollar index is pushing down, so for example, here, you see the dollar index is coming down, you're going to buy gold, sell gold. It's not that hard. But yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's a simplified version, but obviously if you tie everything together that I'm teaching you guys here, you guys can be very spot on with your trades. But other than that, that's about it for gold there. Sorry guys, I'm getting like a million messages here on Telegram. So if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm not going to get to you guys just yet. But I will get to you guys eventually. So nice work off Patricia over here. Patricia just sent me her profits for US 30. She took that buy. Look at those profits. I mean, it's crazy, guys. Everyone here is profiting way more than me right now. So this is some great work. Nice work, Patricia. She locked in 1,799 for the day. She was scalping on the 1 minute. Wow. Okay, so nice work off that. So looking back here, there's a lot of nice profits here for those US 30 buys that I was mentioning earlier. So like right here, nice buys. And Patricia locked in about 1,799. Billy locked in 1,005. Billy again last night locked in 2,062. Eric this morning locked in 3,091. And Sisu locked in 813. So congrats to you guys here in K2 who locked in these profits trading on your own. You know, obviously, if you guys are new here and you guys want access to the K2 indicators, just go on the website right here, k2trades.com. Really simple. Click on K2 strategy course, and then you guys can have access to all of these K2 indicators. Where pretty much, I mean, I'm kind of jealous now because you guys are locking in so many profits. Well, I'm not. I only locked in about $300 today off the DAX, but I'm glad that you guys here are locking in these profits pretty consistently. So nice work, guys. But other than that, I'm just going to keep looking for, you know, some more trades here as, you know, we continue on. So let me check the chat real quick. Billy said, I saw Democrats halt the minimum wage tax to focus on speed passing the stimulus. Could this be the cause for the jump on US 30? I don't think so necessarily, Billy. This usually happens like on Monday anyways. This is a normal spike up and the market just opened. So this is pretty normal to me. I don't think there's anything here that's really causing it. I like looking at CNBC just to see what people are saying here. I don't follow their news, but I just, you know, I like to see what they're talking about here. So looking at this, rally picks up steam as the market shakes off rate fears, Dow climbs 650. So there's a couple different things here that you can look at, Billy. If you see these here, I'm not sure if you follow this, but there's a couple little things here that indicate, you know, why it's pushing up, but I don't think it's necessarily because of the stimulus, Billy. I mean, it could have a say in it, but I don't think that's the direct impact on, you know, why US 30 is pushing up right now. So if you want to take a look, let's go on CNBC. It's like one of their main stories right now, right over here. But yeah, so I mean, that's it for there. Let me check the charts again real quick. I'm just waiting for this to come back down, guys, because there's no entries up here. Let me see if I go on the 1 minute, because that's what that is what Patricia's doing right now. She's scalping on the 1 minute, which is pretty crazy. But I mean, if you can do it, I don't see why not, right? So let's go on the 1 minute real quick. I just want to see what what is this right here? Oh, this is the wrong chart. Sorry, guys. Let me go to the this chart right here. US 30. What is this right here? Data problem, no real-time data, issue is on the exchange end. All right, so it looks like currency.com data is still kind of messed up right now. But looking over here, it looks like, here, let me just pull up a different US 30 data set because this data set's not working well. We're here on Awanda right here. Let me see. Wow, so it looks like Patricia locked in some nice profit off these scalps down here. I'm trying to figure out which one she took. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what she took here, but she did take some nice scalps because obviously she has the profits for it. So she took some sort of scalps that locked in, these profits for her right here. She did say she was scalping on the 1 minute, but I don't know which one she took. But I mean, it doesn't matter to me, right? It just matters that she locked in some profits. So just looking at this here, I don't really see anything down here. It just looks like a whole bunch of choppiness. So let me just go back to the charts over here real quick. Let me see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Because I'm looking for scalps myself, guys. I'm waiting for scalps here, but there's just no scalps available at this time, right? I'm just waiting for it to come down. Once it comes down, then I'll take a scalp, and then I'll keep riding it, in that direction. Venetia said, I miss Pikachu. Anyone here else does? Where's him to see these profits? Right, Vinicius? Exactly. Let's see. Chelsea said, is there a daily signal? So Chelsea, let me check real quick. There's no daily signal yet, Chelsea. I'll get an alert when the daily signal does appear. I don't have one right now, so I don't think it's come up just yet. But it looks like we're probably gonna have a sell signal for the daily. Let me just check this real quick. I'm gonna get the higher zone so that we can, we'll know exactly where to look out for when that new signal comes off. So here's the resistance right here on the 30-minute. So we might see a bounce off that point, guys. So just check this out. Price might come up here, and then it might reject off this point, provide for a sell signal, and then we can take our daily entry off US 30. But there just isn't much for us to look at this point, until price reaches that specific area. So let me just check this real quick. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to check in these messages over here. Sammy said gold. Sammy, I already looked at gold. So if you want to go and rewind the replay, you can go rewatch it. Otherwise, I'll reanalyze that for you again later, Sammy. But I'm going to go through these other questions first. But we did analyze gold yesterday, and we analyzed it today too for a while. But let me just check these other questions over here before we continue. Let me see the next question over here. Samurai said, nice analysis on gold. Big move identified. Any thoughts on silver? Will it follow gold? Yeah, so let's check that out real quick. So I analyzed gold. I'll look at gold again real quick for you, Sammy, because I'm already on it. So just looking at gold right here, we have a sell bias right here. We're anticipating it to drop to the next support right here. That is way down here. I mean, it's got a long way to go, but we do have a sell bias here for gold. So if you want to go and rewatch that analysis, Sam, you can go back and just replay this live. I talked about it about 10 or 20 minutes ago, where it's pretty, we covered it pretty in detail. But I'll go back and look at this later. Let me just look at silver for Samurai real quick. So looking at Samurai's silver, we got silver right here. I'm going to go ahead and delete everything off the chart. I'll zoom out from this point. The first thing we're going to do is draw the zones like we normally do so that we can identify the points of rejection. So looking at this over here, I will mark that up. Another one right there. Yeah, every time someone joins the Zoom, it freezes my screen. All right, so let me get that right there. That right there. That right there. That right there. That right there and this right here. All right, so I got all my zones drawn up here for silver. I'm gonna take this off. And then Yeah, just looking at silver right here. I mean, usually silver moves the same direction as gold. So if that's the case, I mean, this is probably going to drop even further as well. But just looking at this here, I mean, it's within a range right now. So if I take these off right here, you can see that, I mean, obviously these zones are important, these middle zones, but if I take these off right here, you can see that this is the range, right? Price has been moving between this range for a long time, or even this down here. So you can see price broke into this structure on the 1st of February, exactly a month ago. And it's just been ranging within these two zones right here, this upper zone and this lower zone right here. So let me just put those zones back on. These are important. They're like, don't delete these just because it looks messy, because obviously you can see price has been rejecting from these points. So just looking at silver right now, it's just going sideways. It's not really moving at all. So once we have this up, I'll turn on the momentum indicator right here. And we have an invalid buy signal. So just looking at this at silver, just like I mentioned earlier, if I take these off right here, you can see that price has literally just been ranging within these two zones for like the longest time, for actually an exact month. So just looking at this here, I would wait for price to break above or below this these zones right here, Samurai. I mean, obviously if it comes down, we want it to break below here. And then when it does close below here, then it'll probably test this next zone right here. But this would be the key zone right here. So if price ends up breaking below this zone right here, then we could probably see it drop with gold. But until that happens, there's probably not going to be very much movement, because like I mentioned over here, if I take this off, or this one too, yeah. If I take this off right here, price has been trying to break these zones for a long time now. So until price breaks like above here, or I mean below here, or above here, then I really want to trade silver until there's some sort of confirmation there. But yeah, Samurai, for the most part, this is basically what I see happening for silver. Generally, it does move in the same direction of gold though. So if that is the case where gold continues to drop, then we could probably see silver drop as well. But I mean, just looking at the candles here, if you look at silver right here, it hasn't really moved as much. The volatility for here has been extremely low. It's only been moving about 400 pips. A normal candle for silver would generally move a bit more, about 400 to 500 pips there, and then the one following it right here move up about like 600 to 700 pips right there, right? So just looking at silver here, I would wait for it to either break above here or break below here for that entry to qualify. So that's pretty much it for silver right there. Samurai said, if gold it's your lower zone, wow, what a spot for longs buy hold. Yeah, exactly. Let me just go back to gold real quick. So I'll analyze gold again right now for you, Sammy. Let me just pull up gold real quick. I'll just reanalyze it because we're looking at this anyway. So just looking at gold over here, this, let me turn on the momentum indicator. So basically, if you were following my analysis from last night, I identified this rejection from this point, identify this sell signal right here. And if you guys have been following my analysis, I do the same analysis for everything. I've been doing the same analysis for years now, and it works, right? So if it works, why don't you guys just keep applying the same thing? So basically right here, we have the rejection sell signal. It came and tested this next structure right here. As soon as it broke structure right here, it's the same pattern, right? Once that happens, we have rejection sell signal breaking close past structure. It pushes down to the next structure right here, right? And then again, for this candle right here, this broken close past this structure right here. And basically from that point, we anticipated to drop even further to the next structure, right? And if you look back to here, the next structure for gold is so far down, way down here. So we anticipate this to drop all the way down here. It's probably not going to happen within the next couple of days, next couple of weeks, but eventually, maybe by next month, it'll be down here at this next support, because that's usually what happens. It just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing to the next zone. So looking at this over here, let me see if I can find another one. You can see the same pattern that I just drew for you right here. It repeats itself, right? So like looking at this right here, see how this dropped from this point? And then you can see here, rejection, sell signal, a breaking close past structure. It pushed down to the next structure right here, right? What happened when it broke structure again right here? Came down to the next structure right here. And then again, and then again, right? It's the same thing over and over again. And then when it reverses, You do the same thing the opposite direction. We have the rejection from this structure. We have the buy signal right here, a broken closed path structure, and you just do the same thing both directions. You take it this way, right? So just looking at this here, I mean, obviously we have a buy signal here, but it hasn't broke structure above this area, right? So until that happens, we're going to keep taking sells. So this is basically what we see happening for gold right here. And that's pretty much what we see happening. It's just going to keep dropping until it ends up swinging back up. So other than that, let me see if there's anything else here real quick. All right, so Eric said gold has a scalp on the 5-minute. So I'll pull up gold on the 5-minute real quick. This isn't something that I'm personally going to take, but I'm just going to show you guys, for you guys who are looking to take gold for some scalps. So there's nothing here on the 10-minute. It looks like, nice. So Eric actually caught these scalps right here. I might even take these scalps as well. I don't scalp gold. Well, I don't even trade gold at all. But these look like some really nice scalps, especially if we're taking some sells, right? So if we're taking some sells, you know, why not take some scalps along the way? So Eric right here identified it. You can see Eric right here on the YouTube chat. He said 3 straight sell candles on gold 5-minute. So just looking at this point right here, what Eric is referring to are these scalp entries right here. So we have this red candle right here. It's a rejection off the pivot in the structure. So if you took this sell right here, looks like you'd be pretty heavily in profit. I'm not sure what the sweet spot is. I'm assuming it's like 250, right? Something like that. So if that's a sweet spot here for gold, then looks like you would have gone close to TP right there off that. So there's one entry right there. There's also another entry off this following red candle right here. And it just keeps dropping, right? If this ends up closing below here as a red candle, then there's probably going to be another entry right here for a scalp as well. So I'm not sure if you guys are looking at gold for scalps, but it looks like there was a ton of entries here that were available. So just looking at this here, this isn't an entry here, but this entry still hasn't completed yet. So we have this one right here that's still technically running, and it's on its way to you know, to full TP right there. So just keep that in mind for gold right here. I don't trade it, so I'm not going to take it. But if you guys did take this scalp on the 5-minute, it does look pretty decent. So that's it for those gold scalps. Let me go back to the indices real quick to see if there's anything that we could have taken, because man, it looks like the market is kind of all over. Like the Aussie 200 shot up right here pretty heavy, the China 50, but you can see these markups that I have here from the previous entries. Same for the Spain 35. Sorry, let me check the chat real quick, because I know someone mentioned the Spain 35 on here. Hey Mary, morning. Hopefully you had a good weekend. I haven't seen you here in a while. Let me check real quick up here. I know someone mentioned the Spain 35. Okay, so Jeremy right here. So Jeremy said, sorry, Jeremy, I missed your question earlier. You mentioned, would it not be better to avoid the Spain 35 because of the yellow and green pivot crosses? So yeah, for this right here, Jeremy, I wouldn't have taken this trade, but I was just mentioning that, you know, if someone wanted to take the trade, this would be the first available entry. So generally, if you guys have looked at my analysis for these scalps, I usually don't scalp when the market's choppy, right? So just looking at this here, I don't want to scalp when price is crossing over like this right here. I don't scalp right there. I also don't scalp right here because it's just too choppy, right? Again, right here, that's correct what Jeremy mentioned. I probably wouldn't have scalped this area right here because it's just too choppy. But if you guys are risky traders, which I know a lot of you guys are, you guys probably would have taken that trade. Like I would have taken buys here. I would have taken sells here, buys right here. But like I mentioned, when it's choppy around these areas, I usually don't like to trade around this area, and I wouldn't trade around this area right here. So just looking at this, there was no entries there anyways. But this is just way too choppy right here. But if you did catch some entries right here, like for example of this, it was choppy around this area, but then it smoothened out right here, right? So as it smoothened out, there's another sell entry that became available for this green candle right here. If you took that sell right there, you obviously would have hit full TP with no drawdown, right? Straight to full TP right there. So just keep that in mind. You know, for me, I'm a careful trader. I only take trades that I know are going to win. And, you know, I don't take these risky trades, but if you guys wanted to take these trades here, you could have. So just keep that in mind. You know, everyone has a different risk tolerance. If you guys have a higher risk tolerance, you guys can take riskier trades. For me, myself, I trade on a bigger account with my FTMO, so I don't like taking these risky trades. I like taking bigger lot sizes, and I like taking trades that I know are going to win. So that's why my win rate is so high, right? If you guys look here on my FTMO, look at all my trades here. They're all wins, right? Because I don't take risky trades. If I see a trade that's going to hit, I'm going to take that trade. But if the trade's not for sure, like if I'm not like convinced that trade's 100% going to hit, I'm not going to take that trade, right? So, you know, just looking at my FTMO here, you guys can see all of my trades here from last week. So these are on the 25th. These are all wins, right? You don't see any losses here. And this is right after my payout, after they reset my account. So like looking here, this is the reset right here, 100,000. And since I got my account after my payout, I haven't had any losses because I don't take risky trades. Like every trade that I call is usually going to be a good trade. So if you guys are copying my trades, then, you know, odds are you're probably going to do pretty well because I don't take unnecessary risk. But, you know, like I mentioned, like, even though I didn't take that many trades, if you did take the risky trades, look at everyone else here that took these risky trades, right? Patricia took this risky trade on the 1 minute. She's still locked in 1,799. Billy took these risky trades here. He locked in 1,000. Billy took more risky trades here. He had some losses, but he had more wins than losses, right? So even though he has these red trades right here, look at his total for the day, 2,062. So just keep that in mind, guys. It just depends on your risk tolerance. If you guys like to take more risk, you guys can probably make more profit, but you can also suffer more losses if, you know, that becomes the case. But I'm more focused on accuracy than, you know, getting lucky. So just keep that in mind. And, you know, it just depends on you as a trader, like how you like to trade. But anyways, going back to these other indices here, I'm just looking for some more trades here because I'm getting kind of bored. I want to take some trades, but I also don't want to take any stupid trades, right? So here for the NASDAQ, there's one entry that was available here. This buy signal, rejection off the pivot in the structure. This is one that someone mentioned in the chat. I think they were talking about NASDAQ. If you guys did take this trade, looks like if you took this green one, full TP, if you took this green one right here, it looks like it's currently in profit and it's still running. So like I mentioned, guys, up to your risk tolerance, right? I don't trade here because it's so choppy. Like if I take off the candles, look at that choppiness right there, right? I wouldn't take these trades, but if you guys are risk takers and you guys want to take these trades, you would have hit TP right there. So there goes another full TP right there off this green candle. If you guys decided to take this risky NASDAQ trade. So just a reminder, you know, you guys don't need to follow my trades. If you guys have the indicators, you guys can trade this on your own. And you guys can make way more profit than I even make myself. But, you know, that's just the difference between us. Like I've been trading for so long that I don't like taking risky trades. I don't like to lose. I like to win. And, you know, I just take the trades that I know are going to be for sure. So just keep that in mind, guys. But yeah, congrats whoever took this NASDAQ trade. If you guys look in the chat, there's a couple people that were mentioning the NASDAQ trades and they were hitting some profits off this as well. Let me just see if I could see anything here. Yeah, I don't see anything else in the chat right now. So let me just continue on with this and see if I can find any possible trades for us, because I am getting a little bored here. I want to take some scalps. I might go on the shorter time frame and just start looking for something, even though I don't normally do that. I usually try to be patient with my trades. And I need some self-control here. So I'm probably not going to go on that shorter time frames because I know if I go on the 1 minute, so check this out. If I go on the 1 minute right here, I already know I'm going to start trying to take some trades that I shouldn't be taking. So let me just show you guys real quick if there's anything here that, you know, you guys are probably taking that I can just identify. So there's a zone here on the 1 minute, but it's not something that I would take. Obviously, it's there's just no entry available there. But I did see Patricia take some off the 1 minute, so nice work off that. Okay, so let's go back to the charts here. It looks like US 30 kind of slowed down a bit. It was pushing down pretty heavy right here. You see this big gap. So when market opened here at 630, it gapped up about how many pips? Like 3,000 pips. And now it's slowed down substantially. So we're just going to wait for that, for an entry to appear. But other than that, let me check the chat real quick to see if there's anything else that I missed out on. Okay, yeah, so Smokes mentioned that right there. So Smokes had just got an entry on NASDAQ 100. I think that's the one that I was just looking at, right, Smokes? So Smokes actually took that trade. If you're in the YouTube chat, you guys can scroll down the chat And you can see that Smokes mentioned that he took this buy right here. So nice work off that, Smokes. He sent that, yeah, a few minutes ago. So he took this trade right here. The reason for that is that we have the rejection off the pivot and the structure right here. He took that buy right there. He hit full TP. So nice work off that, Smokes. I'm not sure if that's the one that you took, but I'm assuming that's the one because that's the nice. So Smokes said running well. Perfect. So you guys can see Smokes right there in the chat. He took this trade right here. So I'm assuming you didn't even take your TP, right? You're probably shooting up even higher. Looks like you might be going for about maybe 500. Yeah, that might be your target right there, Smokes. So yeah, good work on that, bro. Hopefully it hits for you because I want to see you hit those profits. Ricardo said, so now that I've passed the verification, I've got to sit and wait out the remaining 7 days. I'm going to be bored. So Ricardo, yeah, guys, congrats to Ricardo over here. If you guys saw Ricardo in the chat, he passed his FTMO. So just looking at here, let me see. I could probably find him over here in the public group. So Ricardo, there we go. Yeah, so Ricardo said, thank you, Lord Casey. Not perfect, but pass is a pass. So Ricardo passed his FTMO right here last week. So congrats to you, Ricardo, off that. You know, it's been a long journey for you, bro. I know you've been with K2 for a while. Here on February 25th, he posted his passing right here. So you guys can see here that if you guys follow, you know, the trades or you guys apply the strategy yourself, it's totally possible for you guys to pass FTMO very, very easily. Because if you look here, I record everyone's trades, and there's like a lot of people are passing FTMO like every day. Like Eric over here passes FTMO challenge, 2 of them actually, 200K counts right here. He passed that there, and I record everyone's trades here, right? Like Sam over here killed it with his, he uses C Trader, which is actually something kind of cool. I kind of want to look at that as well. And I think there's a couple other people here who passed FTMO last week. We just have so many profits here. It's hard to really focus on what's FTMO and what's everyone else's account. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't need to show you guys. If you guys sit in on a live session, you guys will see who passes every so often. Here, let me see this real quick. Billionaire, yeah, so there's no daily signal yet because Billionaire Mindset was asking if we have a signal here for the daily. There's no daily entry yet. Billionaire Mindset. The next signal would be a sell signal, but we don't have it yet. So we'd probably wait for it to reject off this point. And then if it provides a sell signal, then we'll probably take it, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. It's only 7:45 right now. We have some time before we meet, you know, mid-market. Joe's asking, how do I get the 10-minute time frame on TradingView? So Joe, there's a couple of different ways to do it. One way to do it is just click on your chart, type in a 10, and then you'll see the 10-minute interval right there. Once you see that, just hit enter, and then it'll go to the 10-minute chart. So I'll just show you, for example, here, I'll go on the 30-minute, and then I'll click on the chart, type in 10, hit enter, and it goes to the 10-minute. Another way to do it is click on this right here. If you don't have this 10-minute right here, just go to the bottom, type in 10-minute right there, click add, and then it'll add it to your list. That's pretty much how you would add the 10 minutes to your chart. Funky said if we can take a look at S&P. So let me pull up S&P for you guys real quick. I'll go from a top-down analysis. We'll analyze it from the higher time frame first, and then we'll move down to the lower time frame. So we'll take everything off the chart here. I'll move down to the 1 hour because the 4 hour is too wide if we're trading intraday. I'm gonna zoom out from here, turn on the K2SRs, and draw my zones for you guys. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna draw our zones on the chart, so that we can identify the rejection points, because we don't want to trade where price is going to be rejecting from, right? Obviously. So let's draw that there. Draw that there. There. And then again, down here. So looking at S&P right here, I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn on the momentum indicator. And you can see that the momentum actually started way down here, right? So from this point over here, we have a rejection from down here. Following that rejection, we have a buy signal right here. And then from here, we're just waiting for price to break above this structure right here. So if price breaks above the structure right here, right there, then what's going to happen? Price is going to push up even higher to that structure right there. So obviously right here for S&P, Funky, we have a bullish bias for S&P. So this is pretty much what we see here on the 1 hour. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to go down to the shorter time frame. Let's look on the 30-minute first, and we'll see how this is moving for S&P right here. So looking at the S&P right here, I mean, it's moving pretty bullish. Let me see if there were any possible scalp entries here on the 30-minute that you know, you could have possibly taken. So just looking at looks like this right here might have been the most recent scalp. So just looking at this right here on the S&P, because obviously there's no entries right here. There's no rejection off the pivot and structure. The first rejection would be off this one right here, this green candle, right? So looking at this green candle right here, there is a rejection off the pivot and the structure right there. So if you were to take that trade, that would be the most recent buy entry for the S&P. So looking at this right here, that would have hit full TP right there. You know, we'll go to the shorter time frame, the 10-minute. Nice. NASDAQ is pushing up pretty heavy right now, Smoke. So you probably locked in some heavy profit off this. I'm not sure where your TP was. I think you said it was like 1,000, right? If that was the case, I mean, you got a long way to go. But just looking at this here, if your TP was at 500, I mean, you would have hit some nice profit off that as well. So it's still pushing. It's pushing pretty strong. Let me go back to S&P real quick for Funky. So looking at S&P on the 10-minute, it looks like the most recent entry would have been down there. So looking at the S&P right here, if you took it on the 30-minute, full TP. If you took it on the 10-minute, also full TP right here off this red candle, which opened at 6 a.m. So, I mean, it's been pretty good so far all around, guys. I mean, there's not really much to really look at this point right now. But just looking at this on this point, that, you know, this is pretty much that I see it for this current price, because price is way up here and it's not coming down to test the pivots anytime soon. Joe said buy on UK 100 on the 10-minute. So let me check that real quick. Let's go over to the UK 100. So I don't see a buy yet on here. Joe, I'm looking at, yeah, so price hasn't come down and test the structure just yet. If it comes down and test the structure and pivot around this area, then it would set up for a buy entry. But I personally don't see anything just yet. And so guys, look, just a reminder, like how I mentioned earlier, when price is choppy like this right here, I don't trade this area, right? And the reason for that is because look at this. If you took a sell here, you would have lost this trade. And this is what I mean about it being risky, right? So I don't take trades when price is choppy like that. I don't take trades when price is choppy around here, but I'll take trades when it's above here, below here, above here, you know, etc. Because that's when price is actually moving smoothly. But just looking at current price right here for UK 100, this is it's not necessarily a place that I would want to trade. But yeah, Joe, just looking at this here, there's no rejection off the pivot and structure, so I wouldn't take that trade. Let me check real quick to see if yeah, it doesn't look like there's any zones that are available just yet, Joe. So I'd probably be holding off on this until we see you know, we see anything over here. Hey, what's up, Naresh? Welcome back. I remember you were here last night when we were looking at looking at gold. So Naresh, you remember my analysis for gold yesterday, right? I analyzed it for a sell, and it played out pretty nice if you ended up taking that trade. So let me go back to US 30 real quick. There's still no entry here, so I'm kind of bored. I'm waiting for this to fill out. So if you guys have questions, put them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just looking for some perfect entries. I'm not looking for anything too risky right now. It is Monday and it is NFP, so expect some crazy market movement, you know, throughout the week. Here, let me check real quick to see. Sorry, Vish, you know, I saw that you sent a message, but it was retracted, so I'm not sure what you asked there. So if you still have that question, I mean, you can put it back on and I'll answer it, but I don't see it there right now. All right. So Funky said she got in at 38.60 for S&P. So let me just go back to S&P real quick. So Funky got in for a buy at, let me just type that in. You got in at 38.60. Oh, nice. So you got in like during that trade right here. So this scalp was running right here actually, and you got in like right when it was pushing up. So if you did get into this trade, I mean, it looks good. You've locked in a ton of profit so far. From here up to here, you're up in profit about maybe, I'm assuming like 3,000 pips, right? So that looks pretty solid for the S&P. Let me just pull up gold real quick to see how gold is running. But I think it's still running for a sell like we analyzed yesterday up until this morning. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't really moved much, guys. So gold right here, it was retracing back a little bit, but I think once we get a sell signal here for gold, it's probably going to dump like super, super heavy. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Anyways, let me look at EJ real quick for Funky. So Funky wants me to take a look at EJ over here. Oh, gotcha. Okay, Vishnu. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so Vishnu said, I just wanted to say 1 minute. Yeah, definitely. So I'll take a look at that a little bit as we move around. I mean, there's not really much to look at right now. Market kind of slowed down a bit after that market movement this morning. But, other than that, let me look at EJ for Funky real quick. So Funky wants me to take a look at EJ right here. Here is EJ. I'll analyze it from scratch so you guys can see my analysis, my thought process behind why I have a bias for this. And here's a naked chart. Here's a naked chart with nothing on it. First thing I do is I turn on the K2SR, and then we turn on we turn that on. We start to draw our zones to identify these rejection points. So it's a perfect rejection off that zone right now. And then we can see how price reacts to that rejection, right? Because basically when price rejects off a point like that, odds are it's probably going to have some sort of momentum movement in the obviously in the opposite direction. So let me just draw this real quick right here. This right there. This right there. We have another one down here. I'm just going to reconnect. I'm going to connect these together because it's kind of relevant for us to have separate zones. So once we have these zones set up right here, we need a ceiling, right? We need a higher zone. So I'm going to go in the higher time frame, the 8 hour. There's nothing on there. We're going to go on the daily. There's nothing on there. We're going to go on the weekly, and there's a weekly resistance. So the weekly resistance is actually very, very high from this point right here. I'll go back on the 4 hour over here, and we'll take off these zones. So looking at these zones here, looks like price is like super far from the next resistance. So if I zoom out from here, you can see that when price breaks the structure, it kind of pushed up pretty high. So I'm going to turn on the momentum indicator right here, and we're going to identify our bias here. So we have a sell bias right now currently because of this this sell signal, but we do have a rejection from this point. So let me just show you real quick what I identify here. We have a rejection from this point. We have a sell signal right here, and then it came and tested the structure, right? So at this point right here, there's a couple of things that can happen. Price can either reject off here and provide a buy signal at some point over here. If this happens where it rejects off this point, provides a buy signal, it's probably going to shoot back up even further, because this is basically just a break and retest, right? If I take the momentum indicator off this, price broke structure right here, came up, came down for a retest. Here's a retest. At this point, price can do one of two things. It can reject off it and correct back up, or as I mentioned, we have a sell signal right here, right? So with the sell signal right here, this can easily break below the structure and continue down further from here, right? So there's a couple of things that can happen here. Price can either reject off here and shoot back up for a correction, or it can break below here and drop further. So Funky, that's kind of what I see happening right here. I would have to just wait and see what happens from this point. Just see how price reacts to this structure right here, because it is setting up for a perfect break and retest. Price broke structure right here. It retested the structure. If it rejects off this point, it can continue pushing up higher. Otherwise, it can reject off, it can break through and continue back down. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see how this plays out. We won't really know until we see it happen. So that's pretty much it for EJ right there. Let me go back to my indices to see if there's any entries that have set up since the last time we looked. So I'm going to look down all of the indices here again. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and then I can take a look, because there's just no entries available right now. And I'm getting kind of bored. So if there's anything that you guys want me to look at, I can take a look at it, because I'm just chilling, guys. I'm not really forcing any trades right now. Kind of like I forced that DAX trade earlier. I forced this trade right here, and I hit TP, but it could have ended horribly, just to let you guys know, it's just too risky sometimes. Let's see. So Naresh said, all right, I'll take a look at GN right now for you real quick, Naresh. Vishnu said 1 minute time frame is quite scary also, but I've only taken them if there's a good rejection off 3 or 4 pivots. Oh, nice, Vishnu. So that's a good idea. Yeah, I agree. What the 1 minute is very, very scary unless price is trending heavily. So like, for example, here, see how price is pushing up heavily on the DAX? If this is the case, then I'll go on the 1 minute and I'll scalp off here, because look how smooth it is, right? You can take all these rejections off this point and just keep taking it upwards. But I would probably, hold off on that for the most part until there's like some sort of full confirmation on the higher time frame. So Naresh said, if I can take a look at GN, let me pull up GN for you guys real quick to confirm Naresh's buy. So looking at GN right here, Naresh, let's see. I don't see a buy signal off this. I'm not sure if you, hey Joe, how's it going, bro? So Joe said I'm a VIP Signals member, but can't figure out how to upgrade to the Signals package. So Joe, in order for you to upgrade to the Signals package, just go on the website right here, k2trades.com, click on K2 strategy course right here, and then you could upgrade from that point. And then, this will include the signals. So you'll have your signals with this subscription right here, Joe, if you want to upgrade to it. Okay, so let me go back to the charts over here real quick. So I'm going to take everything off the chart and I'm going to analyze this for Naresh real quick. So let me take everything off here. We have a naked chart. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the momentum indicator right here. So, the K2SR. I'm going to zoom out from this point. Here's the naked chart. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the momentum indicator right here. And then I'm going to draw my zones on the chart for you guys. So first thing up is this zone up here. And you guys can see I've been doing this analysis for everything, right? The same analysis works for Forex. It works for indices. It works for commodities like gold and silver. It works for cryptos. It works for everything. So if you guys are able to lock down this strategy, you guys can yield the same profits that everyone else is doing here in K2. Like, we're all doing the same thing. There's nothing different that's being done here. So if you guys want something that's consistent, that, we apply every single day, if you guys go back and watch any of my live streams, I do the same thing every day. I don't change one thing. So, if you guys haven't had issues being consistent with your trading, you guys have found, something that you guys can apply here that we do every single day. But anyways, here's the zones that I've drawn up for GN. First thing I'm gonna do is turn on the momentum indicator, and then we'll identify the direction of momentum here. So just looking at this here, Naresh, we have so the most recent signal is a buy signal right here, right? So we have a bullish bias right here. However, you can see that price hasn't broke structure yet, so there's no entry available. We have a rejection off this point right here. We have the buy signal right here. The only difference here is that we need price to break and close past this structure over here. So price has attempted to break this structure here, but it failed, right? Price came up, tested it, then rejected back down here. However, looking at current price right now, looks like we have a rejection off this point. So with this rejection right here, it's just a break and retest, right? It's the same pattern that we just looked at previously for EJ. We have price right here, reject from this point, buy signal, retest this structure, and then now we could probably anticipate this to push up from this point up to here. If price ends up breaking and closing past this structure right here, then what's going to happen from that point? It's going to push up even higher to here, right? So Naresh, just looking at this here, this is my analysis for GN, but this can go another way. So this is my first scenario that can play out for GN. The other scenario is that price can break below this structure here. If this happens where it breaks below here and it provides for a sell signal, then we would be taking sells. So an example of this right here is where it happened on this point. So we had the rejection from this point right here. We had the sell signal right here. And then you can see when price broke structure right here, what happened from that point? It pushed down to this structure down here, right? It's the same pattern that repeats itself. You guys can see how easy it is. If you guys have these indicators and you guys have my thought process, it's pretty much, there's no guesswork here, right? Rejection, sell signal, break and close past structure. You enter a sell position there, full TP, like no drawdown, right? Straight to full TP. Rejection, buy signal, breaking structure above here, which is what we're waiting for. We take another buy entry off this point, and then this is probably gonna hit TP, right? So this is an example for the sell right here. Here's an example for the buy. It's the same exact thing that we just looked at. We have a rejection from this point. we have a buy signal right here. When it broke and closed past structure right here, what happened? It pushed up to the next structure above here, right? And then you can see the retest down here. It's the same pattern that we just looked at. So just looking at this here, you can see the rejection, buy signal, retest, break and retest. So it broke structure, retested right here, retest. And then what happened from that point? Push up, right? So you guys can see here that these patterns repeat itself. There's nothing different that happens. If you guys can identify this, the reason why it's so easy for us to identify it's because we have our zones on the chart. If you guys don't have anything on the chart, how do you guys expect to identify what we just saw here, right? This is literally a cheat code for you guys. You guys just look at the chart and you're like, oh, it broke structure. We have a buy signal. We have a rejection, right? If you guys have all this on your chart, look how easy it is for you guys to identify these things. And you guys can see that the market does the same thing over and over again. So you guys can literally rinse and repeat this. And it doesn't matter what you want to trade. If you want to trade GN, you have GN here. If you want to trade, the rest of the Forex pairs, we have a whole watch list here. We have Forex pairs, we have commodities, we have indices. We trade all these pairs here, and the same strategy works for everything. So just keep that in mind if you guys are looking for something that's consistent that you guys haven't found yet, because that's the main key. If you guys have consistency and you have a strategy that actually works, you just rinse and repeat. It's the same strategy every single day. You don't do anything different. It's the same thing day after day. So pretty much this is my analysis for GN, Naresh. Like I mentioned, you mentioned that there was a buy there. What I'd be looking for is for price to break and close past this structure before you take that buy. Because the last thing you want to do is enter a buy position right here. And then it ends up going the opposite direction because it can easily go in this direction down here if it breaks and closes like it did over here, right? So just keep that in mind. I wouldn't take this trade yet. I would wait for it to break and close past this structure, which would be at 1.93171. And then from that point there, you can take that buy entry. So, all right, so that's it for GN over there. Let's see what we have next. Kirsten said 2-hour time frame on US 30 is a buy, rejection off pivot and structure. So let me go over to US 30 real quick and see what Kirsten has identified. So let me go over here real quick. I'm just going to go to US 30 you mentioned on the, so let me go over here real quick. US 30 right here. You said the 2-hour, right, Kirsten? So here's the 2-hour chart right here. Yeah, so this actually is an entry here. So Kirsten, if you caught this entry over here, this would have been the most recent entry, I'm assuming, right? So this one right here, Kirsten was mentioning on the 2-hour time frame, there was a buy entry that was available. I mean, this happened a while ago, but if you guys did catch this, I mean, it would have been a perfect entry right here, right, Kirsten? So you guys can see that the same strategy that we're applying, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter what time frame you're trading on. If you're trading on the 2-hour, the 10-minute, the 30-minute, you guys can apply this on anything. There's no specific time frame that you need to apply it on. But just looking at this here, Kirsten identified this buy signal or buy entry off the 2-hour time frame. Most of us don't trade on this time frame, but if you guys are curious and you guys look around, you guys will see that there's entries on literally every time frame. So looking at this here, Kirsten mentioned that there was a buy that rejected off the pivot and the structure here on the 2-hour, which it did right here, right? This green candle right here rejected off this K2 pivot and this structure. So with that said, it would provide for a buy entry. And if you took that position right here, obviously you'd hit full TP here for about 2,500 pips, right? Straight winner, no drawdown, literally straight to profit. So that was, I mean, that was a nice entry off this. I don't see any recent on here, Kirsten, so I'm not sure if you see something different, but just looking at this here, this would have been, the first entry that I saw off this point here. And then if you look back over here, there's actually a lot of entries that were available right here as well. So just looking at this point right here, like I mentioned, we don't get married to one position, right? We don't just take buys. We don't just take sells. If we see an entry, we're going to take it regardless whether it's a buy or a sell. So looking at this here, you can see that there's another entry off this 2-hour right here for a sell on US 30, right? Rejection off the pivot in the structure, rejection off the pivot in the structure. If you took this here for a sell, you would hit full TP there again for another 2,500 pips. So, I mean, this looks pretty solid for the most part, both ways. but I just don't see anything right now specifically, which is why I'm not looking at any trades at this point. All right, so Steven said Euro USD sell possible. So let me just check this real quick. I'll pull up Euro USD and I'll do the same exact analysis that I've been doing for all these pairs, right? So here's Euro USD. I'm gonna take everything off the chart and I'll analyze this from scratch so you guys can see that, you know, it's the same exact process. I can analyze these charts within a few seconds, right? I turn on the K2SRs. I go ahead and draw my zones right here. And it's really simple. It's not that difficult at all. It's literally the same process, rinse and repeat. If you guys get really good at this, you guys can analyze these charts within a few seconds. It doesn't take that long. You literally just mark everything up. You identify the bias, looking at where direction of momentum is going. And then from that point, you can, you can make adjustments. So looking at this here, I'm just gonna go ahead and fix that zone. Let me just fix this. So these zones are actually pretty big. Whenever the zones overlap, you can just make one big zone. And once we have those zones drawn up, here we go. We're going to turn on the momentum indicator right here. And it looks like, so let's see, we have a rejection from this point. Steven said Euro USD possible sell if it closes below the zone. And then let's see that real quick. So rejection from this point right here, sell signal right here. And like Steven said, he's waiting for price to break and close past the structure, right? And that's a perfect analysis right there. So as you can see right here, price broke structure. It went for a retest of the structure it broke. And then now we would just be waiting for it to come back down, right? Wait for it to come back down, break and close past the structure right here. And with that said, if we were to take a short position right here, full TP, right? So this looks, I mean, it looks pretty solid here for this entry if it ends up breaking, closing past the structure. But, you know, like Steven said, we would have to wait for this to break and close past the structure in order for us to have that entry, because obviously there's just nothing here for us to necessarily to take until this happens. All right, so David said he took a buy here for Euro USD. Let me check real quick. Nice. So David's actually in a buy right now. And this is why I wouldn't take, I wouldn't take the trade until it breaks and closes past the structure. So let me just show David's real quick. So David's in profit pretty nice. He's in profit about 1,092 right now off Euro USD for a buy. And there's nothing wrong with taking a buy right now, right? The reason for him to take a buy is because it rejected off this structure right here. And like Steven said, he wouldn't take that sell until it breaks and closes below this structure right here. So we wouldn't really be in the sell anyways. So nice work off that, David. Let's see where he's at right now. Looks like he's in profit. Well, he was in profit about 35 pips, but it looks like it's continuing to push up even higher because he has two positions running right now for Euro USD, and it looks pretty solid for the most part. Until price breaks and closes below the structure, then I probably wouldn't take that sell anyways. But let me just check out the index right here. So we'll turn on the Euro index right here, and then the dollar index right here. And yeah, so like check this out. The Euro index is bullish right here, and the dollar index is bearish, right? It's coming down. Strong red candle right here, and then we have this this bullish candle right here. So this is probably going to keep pushing up until this ends up shifting back down, and this ends up shifting back up, right? So not really much to really look at this point, but yeah, definitely nice work off that, David. And I wouldn't take this sell until it closes below this structure. Let's see, CT said, did you see the CHF JPY chart I sent on Friday? Let me check that real quick, CT. Yeah, so here's CT's chart over here. He sent me his chart for CHF JPY for a sell right there, right? At 117.144. So let me pull that up on my chart. CHF JPY. Damn, look at that. So so this is what I have marked up on my chart right here, right? CT had his already marked up right here as well. He had his zone marked up right there from last week on the 1 hour, and he anticipated that big drop right here, right? So from 117.144, let me just draw that on the chart real quick. 117.144. which would have been 117, 144. Nice, nice. So CT actually took this trade from like way over here, and he already hit full TP. So, nice work off that, CT. He analyzed it off the 1 hour chart right here. He had his zones marked up at this point. So these zones, he basically uses zones and volume, right? He identifies where the volume's at. So when the zones matched up with the volume right here using the VPVR, which is a good indicator too to identify rejection points, you guys can see that when price breaks structure from those points, it has a huge amount of volatility and liquidity that just pushes price all the way down. So that's a nice identification right there, CT, that you had. You identified the zone right there. It matched up with the zone and the volume profile right there. And with that said, it dropped straight to TP with like literally no drawdown. It just dropped like heavily. So nice work off that, CT. I wish I would have taken that trade, but I'm glad you caught it. So that's it for that right there. Let me see if there's anything else. So Eric said 5-minute buy on the DAX 30. So let me pull up the DAX real quick over here on this chart. Let me go to the DAX. 5-minute right here. Oh, wow. Okay. So nice work off that. I don't know. Did you catch that, Eric? If you guys are in the YouTube chat, you guys can see Eric mentioned this buy right here. So yeah, I personally don't trade on the 5-minute because it's kind of choppy. I mean, there's a lot of noise on here, but if you do see an entry, I mean, it still works, right? So like, damn, check that out. The only problem with the 5-minute is that I don't know what the sweet spot is because it moves a lot faster because it's on the shorter time frame. But yeah, Eric, if you took that trade right there, it looks like it's pushing up to full TP as we speak. I mean, it's currently in profit right now, pretty nice, and it's still continuing to push up even higher. So this looks good for the most part. Nice. Samurai said I was in CHF JPY as well. Head and shoulder at zones. Nice, nice, perfect. Damn, I wish I would have taken this, Eric. I'm tempted to hop in for a late entry, but I think it's too late for me to enter this. It's already halfway to full TP. So I was pushing up nice. Yeah, definitely, Samurai. It's awesome when like all of our analyses like line up together. Like if you guys can see Samurai here in the YouTube chat, Samurai's not even in K2. He just like joins in on these live sessions, and his trading style is a little different. He likes to trade patterns and he looks at different things while we trade like direct momentum, right? We like to trade off momentum, rejections off structure, breaking close past structure. But if like both of our analyses like line up together, like there's a couple people here that trade differently. I trade differently. Samurai trades differently. David trades differently as well. That's why David had a buy instead of a sell for Euro USD. But if our analyses like line up together, it's almost a guaranteed win. So like basically, if I say to take a trade, and if Samurai says to take a trade, and if David says to take a trade, and CT says to take a trade in the same direction, odds are it's going to hit. It's like almost 100%. So if that's the case, that's usually what you guys should look out for. Look out for different people here in the group that analyze and identify the same thing. And if we find the same thing, odds are that thing's going to hit. And that's why you guys can see me take like some fat lot sizes sometimes. Like I'll do a 5 lot and I'll lock in like a ton of profits. So like, check this out over here, guys. If you guys can see right here, my profits from last week, see right where I lock in like 17, my totals for the week was like, so my profit from last week was 17,445. See my lot sizes, they go from like 2 lot, 1 lot to like 5 lot because we're so confident with our trades and they hit, right? They just hit. So when that happens and we line up, this is where you can start taking bigger lot sizes because, if there's a total, like there's a bunch of different people here that are analyzing the same thing, this is probably going to hit. And that's how I was able to lock in so much profit last week. And, we're anticipating to continue doing that, as we continue to move forward with our daily live sessions. So, James said, I need to learn how to set them zones up. So James, it's pretty simple, right? Here, I'll go over here to this chart real quick and I'll show you how I would do it. I mean, if there's a specific pair that you like to look at, James, or if there's a specific time frame that you like to trade on, just give me like a specific time frame, pair, or something like that. And I'll show you how to draw the zones because drawing the zones is not that difficult. I know a lot of people get confused with it at start, but once you do it a couple times, it becomes very, very, very simple. So I don't know if there's something that you like to trade, James, but if you can just throw out a pair, throw out a time frame, I can do it for you. And then you can see exactly how I do it so that you can just copy what I'm doing. Because it's simple. It's really simple. Like, you know, what's a common pair that people like to trade? A common pair is like GJ, right? That's like everyone's favorite. Everyone loves to trade GJ. So I can like draw the zones on here. So if you want to look on the daily, sorry guys, I gotta sneeze real quick. My sneeze coming. It's dusty in here. All right. Anyways, sorry, I just sneezed, so I just paused the chat real quick. But anyways, looking at GJ right here, this is something that a lot of people like to trade off this point. You know, if you zoom out from here, and then you just, so this is what I do. I zoom out, I turn on the K2SR indicator, and then you can see that these zones are here, right, James? So basically, what I do is I'll go down to this end where I see the upper and lower zone, right? When I see this upper and lower zone, what I do is I draw my zone right over it. There goes one zone. Again, right here, you can see that these kind of overlap, right? When these overlap like this, you can just combine the zones. So for example, right here, you can see we got this upper zone that overlaps with this zone right here. So we just draw one big zone. You can see that this zone overlaps with this one. So we just overlap that as well, right? So one big zone right there. And there you go. Super simple. Again, right here, you see this red zone. Draw one zone right there. See this green zone right here. Draw that zone right there. And then again over here as well. So just from this point right here, you can see that these zones are pretty simple, right? It's not that difficult to put these up right here. So just looking at this over here, I mean, these are pretty simple, just looking at this. And then once you have that, you turn this off. Once you have this, you just turn off the K2SRs, and there you go. You got some perfect zones. So that's on the daily. You know, if you want to go on the short time frame, like the 1 hour, you do the same thing. You just zoom out from that point, turn on the K2SRs, and then you do the same exact thing again. So this is why I created these indicators, right? Because a lot of people have issues drawing these zones. Like if you see people's zones, they're all over the place. Like they draw them in the most random places, and you're like, well, what are you guys even looking at when you guys drew those zones? So having these K2SRs, it takes out all the guesswork. You don't have to go and guess where the zones are. Those zones are plotted for you. I mean, obviously you can do this by hand, but you know, comparing your accuracy to this algorithm that I created, this makes things a whole lot easier. And instead of taking like an hour to draw zones, you can do it within a few seconds. So like looking at this here, James, there's a 1 hour, and there you've got your zone set up. Super simple. So that's just an example of how to draw the zones. But you know, like I mentioned, it's not really that difficult once you have the indicator up. Let's see, Jeffrey said, great job, dude. I think I may finally be at the right place at the right time. Yeah, definitely, Jeffrey. I'm glad to have you part of K2. So yeah, welcome to everyone here that's new, right? Because there's a lot of new people here. If you guys are brand new here, I do the same thing every day. So if you want to go back and rewatch my previous live streams, you guys can go see them to see, you know, how I've been trading. But I do the same thing every day. There's nothing different here. It's pretty much just the same analysis over and over again. So let me check real quick to see. Yeah, definitely. So CT mentioned trader confluence. That's, you know, that's one of the biggest things. And that's probably one of the best things about K2, because everyone in K2 kind of trades differently, right? Everyone comes from somewhere else and they come to K2 and we just commingle here and we exchange ideas. So like the thing is, if all of us are looking at the same thing, we all see the same entry, you know, odds are that trade's going to hit. Kimmy said, can we make up a name for the Shawn David CT samurai calls instead of a snipe? It's a kill shot. Exactly, Kimmy. That's actually a really nice name for that. So yeah, you know, if that happens, then I'll probably have to name that something else, because it's super on point with you know, how everything moves. So let me see. I got a bunch of messages here on Telegram. So if you guys are messaging me on Telegram, I'm probably not going to see it unless it's from someone that I'm talking to right now. So let me see this real quick. All right. So CT sent me his chart real quick. His chart markup here. Wow, look at NASDAQ. So he took that buy right there. You know, he's like, the thing with the strategies here at K2 is that you guys can combine strategies. You don't have to just apply one way. there's a bunch of different ways to apply it. So just looking at NASDAQ right here, who is looking at NASDAQ on the 30-minute, let me just pull up NASDAQ real quick on my chart to show you guys, you know, what I was, what he was looking at here. So here's the 30-minute chart. I'll go over to the NASDAQ real quick. Let me check that real quick. NASDAQ 100. Here, let me see this real quick. Joe mentioned just bought the indicators. What do I do now? So Joe, you can either email me or message me or your TradingView username, and then I can update your account with access to the indicators. I don't think I have your check this real quick. Oh, Joe, you're Gerald. I was wondering who you were. But yeah, Gerald, just send me or yeah, you can message me on Telegram. Just send me over your username, and then I'll update your information. Let me just get this updated real quick. But yeah, just looking at this here, guys. So here's NASDAQ on the 30-minute. So this is what CT took right here. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking out the window. I see some like random shit outside. All right, cool. I just see some random stuff going on outside my window because I live right next to the airport. So I see like these planes flying super close. It's kind of scary. But yeah, so anyways, looking at here, here's the NASDAQ that CT took. He identified this buy right here. And looking at these candles over here, it's the same exact setup, right? We have the rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure. If you were to take this right here, it'd be a scalp entry on the 30-minute, and it would have hit full TP right there. Wow, it's a nice big move up for like 1,000 pips. So nice work off of that, CT. I'm kind of jealous because I wish I would have taken that trade. And this is what I mean, guys, right? I normally trade on the 30-minute, but other people trade on the, I mean, I usually trade on the 10-minute, but people trade on the 30-minute. You saw Kirsten over there was looking on the 2-hour. Some people look on the 1 hour. It's just really up to how you want to trade, but the strategy works on literally everything. Works on all assets, works on all time frames, and their CTs win right there for that full TP. So just matching it up right here, they both hit pretty smoothly. So let me just take this off real quick. All right, Gerald, let me get your access real quick. Oh gosh, okay, Gerald. I see, mate. Yeah, no, I see your names on there. So I'm gonna go ahead and update your information real quick, Gerald. So I got you set up right here. All right, Gerald, I just got you updated right now. So just give it like a few, like a minute or two. And then once that passes, just go ahead and log out and log back into your trading view. And then you can find the indicators under your invite-only scripts. All right, Gerald, I got you all updated. So you're good to go. So all you got to do now is just pull up indicators right here. Go to your invite-only scripts, and then you'll see all the K2 indicators right here. So you're good to go. All right. So let me just go back up real quick and see what you guys have been mentioning. Yeah, definitely. So Samurai said, yeah, GJ is a beast, great pair, Shawn. Yeah, it's something that people love to trade. No, I like trading it too, but I just haven't really looked at it because I just trade indices now. Samurai mentioned GJ Weekly has a pin bar rejecting weekly highs for 2008. So let me just check that real quick. I just want to see what Samurai's looking at, because I do like looking at Samurai's analysis because it matches up with mine pretty often. So looking at GJ right here, if I delete this, he said he was on the weekly chart. So I'm here on the weekly chart. I'm gonna zoom out from this point. Look at all these news events from the past year or so. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the K2SRs. Yeah, so that pin, I think this is the pin bar you were talking about, right? On actually, you said pin bar from 2008. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to draw these zones up real quick, and then we'll go back to 2008 where Samurai was mentioning to see, you know, or I'm assuming it's probably this area right here. So I just drew the zone right here, and then you said it was pin bar all the way from 2008, right? So let's go back to 2008 real quick. Yeah, my data doesn't go that far back. But yeah, I mean, this has been a strong zone. So you guys can see that I just drew the zone from today. This zone is literally from today. You can see that this zone has been tested way back in like 2009, 2008. So yeah, in 2008 right here, oh, I think this might be what you're referring to, right, Samurai? So right here, there's a huge rejection off this point right there. So looking at current price right now, looks like it's rejecting off that same point right here, right? So this could, I mean, this is a strong zone. So like, depending on where GJ closes, like if it closes above or below it, it'll probably drop or push up, right? So like looking here, when it broke below, it pushed down, broke above, it pushed up. Oh gosh, okay. So Samurai said pin bar is now, the rest is from 2008. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, so just looking here, I'll just draw my zones on the weekly. If you guys like trading, on the weekly chart, I personally don't swing trade, so I don't, necessarily like analyzing stuff on the higher time frame. But just to show you guys, the analysis works. It works well on any time frame, whether you want to trade on the weekly, whether you want to trade on the daily, whether you want to trade on the 1 hour. It doesn't really matter because they all line up pretty much similarly. All right, so just looking at this here, looks pretty solid for the most part. So yeah, just looking at this here, I mean, if price ends up breaking above the structure right here, then we could probably see it push up quite a bit. Nice. Yeah, so Samurai said your zones are where I have mine. Yeah, so this is what I mentioned, right? Like, you can do this by hand. Like, obviously you can draw these zones by hand. I'm assuming Samurai is a pretty experienced trader because he knows what he's able to identify what I'm looking at without these indicators. I created these indicators to make things more efficient for myself, so I don't have to go and draw these zones by hand, right? Because if you draw these zones by hand, this is going to take you a long time to find perfect zones. So that's why I created this this algorithm to pretty much draw it for me. But if my zones line up perfectly with Samurai's, then we're probably both looking at the same thing. So there's a pending order for US 30 right here, guys. So we have a pending sell right here. We have about 9 minutes left on this candle. So if and when this candle does close, we will be looking for a possible sell entry for the daily. So just keep that in mind. I'm going to keep this running and then we'll see how this plays out. I don't know if it's something that I want to take because it still looks bullish to me, but we'll see. I mean, we'll wait and see how this plays out. Generally, if I'm going to take a trade for the daily off US 30, I usually like to see a rejection off a structure. The problem with this is that there's no rejection off the structure. Let me see if there's anything on the 15-minute. Nothing on there. See the 30-minute, we have a structure above here, but it's not necessarily rejecting off it. It's closing from below. So I mean, we'll wait and see how this plays out. If it ends up closing, then maybe we'll think about it for a sell. But I personally, I just, I would like some sort of confirmation for a rejection because, like I mentioned from my other strategies over here, I mean, my other analyses, if we have a rejection and it's followed by a signal, odds are it's probably going to keep pushing off. So let me just show you, for example, here, there's one right there. And then there's one right here, right? So if I take this off the chart, you guys can see right here that we have some nice movements. So rejection off this point, sell signal, you can scalp it down to this area. Rejection from this point, buy signal, you can either take a big move or scalp it up to this area as well. The problem with this right here is that we don't have a rejection. It just kind of flatline, and then now it's starting to drop a little bit, but it is a little risky. So I mean, we'll keep watching for it. If it closes, and we'll think about it whether we want to take this trade or not. If not, then I'll explain, why I decided not to take it. Main reason is that there's no rejection off of a structure up here. But all right, so let me scroll up a little bit real quick and see what else we were talking about before I continue. T-God said, how do you trade when no pivots or zones are present? So when there's no zones or pivots present, T-God, I just wait. I don't take any trades. Well, it depends on what strategy you're applying. If you're applying the snipe strategy, T-God, then I would just chill. I wouldn't force any trades because there's just no entry there. You just wait for it. But depending on what strategy you're applying, if you're applying this strategy, obviously there's no entry for the snipe. But if you're applying the daily entry, then that's a totally different strategy. And there's going to be possibly a sell here if this sell signal closes. However, if you're applying the intraday strategy, that it just varies from strategy to strategy. T-God. So it just depends on what you're applying. If you're applying the snipe strategy and there's no entry, then there's just no entry. You just wait for the next entry. But if you're applying something else, then if those requirements are met, then you can take those trades. But yeah, just going back to the snipe strategy, if there's nothing there, just wait. Don't force anything. Okay, let me scroll down a little bit. Nice, perfect. So Samurai said you call that GJ move to pip last night. Yeah, because I was analyzing GJ last night too, and it was actually like super on point. Like it literally just went straight to that point, right? Let me go to GJ on the 4-hour. Yeah, I mean, you guys can see here that it's within a zone right now. So until price breaks or closes above it, then we'll probably hold off. But until it gets to the specific, price point that we're looking for. So like, for example, here, it's within the zone. So we want price to close above here or below here for us to take this trade. Until then, we're just going to hold off because it's just too risky for us to really just force a trade, So damn, this is a trade here that I was looking at earlier for the previous 4-hour candle close. I was going to call this right here. Unfortunately, I didn't. But this does fit under the requirements because we have the rejection from here. You guys can see that I have flagged a couple here. If I have them flagged orange, that means I was going to call these for some signals, but I didn't call them because it was just too risky on market open. But this would have been a perfect entry right here. We have the rejection, the sell signal, it broke and closed past structure. So we could have taken a short position right over here for a sell, and it would have been pretty, it would have hit TP actually, because my stop loss would have been at around 50 pips. So if that was the case and it was 50 pips, it would have hit TP already. So unfortunately, I did miss this call. But like I mentioned, I only like calling trades that I'm 100% sure about. So, I mean, we win some, we lose some. We missed this trade. It could have been a win, but it's all good. We're going to cash the next one as it comes. All right, so let me see real quick. CT said CHF, JPY, and 2 NASDAQ trades. FY, very major resistance on the NAS. So let's see, CT mentioned, he sent me his chart right here real quick. Damn, okay, so CT sees a lot of, well, actually he sent me 2 charts. Let me see what this one is. Oh no, I already looked at NASDAQ. Okay, so CT sent me these charts right here for Euro GBP. Looks like he's looking for some really nice sells right here, some big sells. So let's take a look at EG real quick. So looking at EG right here, yeah, I've already marked up the zones. I'm not going to go redraw everything because this looks like it took me a lot of time to draw up. So we have these zones already drawn up here. Let me just see if the zones are proper. Yeah, so the 4-hour zones are proper. These are probably from the weekly right here. But looking at CT's charts, here, let me just pull up CT's charts again real quick. So CT over here, he found some huge sells right here because there's a ton of volume and it's within these zoned areas, right? So just looking at EG right here, it looks like if price breaks and closes past the structure right here, then it's going to tumble. It's going to tumble and it's going to tumble heavy. So if it drops down there, break that structure, break the structure down here and close, an even bigger drop from here as well. So guys, check this out. For EG, this would be a nice sell. So just keep an eye on this. If you guys are looking at this from your own perspective, just wait for it to close below the structure. If it closes below here, then be prepared for like a really big drop because it's just looking at CT's analysis here, right? If this lines up with my analysis here for a sell, what's probably going to happen? This is probably going to dump pretty heavy off this point. So I would definitely keep an eye on this. If price breaks and closes below 0.86219, then we could probably be, ready for a huge plunge right here, which I'm probably going to take. So I'll keep this marked up right here. And then if I catch that, then I'll call the trades for you guys in the premium group, right? If I see this here, I'll call this for you guys in the premium, and then we'll catch this right down for a huge drop. Let me see how big is this drop. Nice. About like 100 pips for EG, and EG is worth a lot more. So this is probably gonna be worth a lot if we end up catching this full move right here. So it looks pretty solid. Here, let's see. Samurai said EG looks nice. Stops might get close, but before it drops. Yeah, I agree. So that's why I would probably put my stops a little higher. I wouldn't put them right here at the zone. I'd probably put a little higher, like maybe at 60 pips, maybe like even up to here. Yeah, this looks like the sweet spot right here to catch this drop right here for about 100 pips. But we'll see. Well, we'll be waiting for this, and then when this does close out, then we could possibly, take that that trade. But until we have that confirmation, I'm not going to just hop in. But that's a good analysis right there, CT. I definitely see it dropping if that ends up being, the case. So let me go back to the chat real quick. All right, this is perfect. So if this doesn't close like that, I mean, if this closes like this for an invalid sell, then that's fine because the next signal is going to be a buy. So we'll be watching this. And let me get back to the chat to see if there's anything else that I missed here. Nice. Okay, so CT said I can't take the opening candle, so we took the next one. Nice. So it looks pretty solid so far. It's a nice chart off that CT. So Eric said another sell off 5-minute gold. So let me just pull up gold real quick. So yeah, it looks like Eric is scalping gold on the 5-minute. Not something I do, it's too risky, but Eric over here loves to take risky trades. So let's just check this real quick. Okay, so Eric was looking at gold over here. Just want to line these up real quick. Yeah, so it looks like the most recent sell would have been right over here off this red candle. So I'm just going back and showing you guys what was most recent. So this is where price currently is. If you go back this way, this red candle would be the first valid entry right here. So this is probably what Eric took. Looks like you would have hit full TP off that, Eric. So nice work off that. Yeah, full TP off that gold scalp. If you guys were following that. Wow, nice profit off that, Eric. Yeah, if you guys are hitting profit and you guys want me to share it in the group, just send them to me in the premium or send it to me directly, and then I could add you guys to the list. Because for today, these are the profits that I have lined up so far. It's not very much just yet, but it's pretty decent. So Patricia locked in 1,799. Billy locked in 1,000 for one account. Billy locked in another 2,000 for the other account. And here's Eric. Eric's the dude that just called these gold scalps. He's been scalping all morning or all night, actually. He locked in about 3,991. So nice work off Eric. See, if you want to be a risky trader like Eric, you can lock in some pretty nice profit. Me personally, I'm more about accuracy. So I don't like taking these like risky trades, even though, not to mention Eric is very accurate. These are all wins right here. But for me, I just want to take trades that I'm 100% sure about. Sisuk over here with 813 in profit. So these are the profits for this morning. If you guys have any profits you guys want me to share, just send them over to me, and I'll post them in the public groups for our profit roundup at the end of the day. But yeah, definitely nice scalp off that. Yeah, Tony said, yeah, gold is rocking on the 5-minute. So awesome. Yeah, if you guys are all catching these scalps here, nice work. Yeah, maybe I should hop in on these too, right? But we'll see. I want to keep looking for these US 30 trades, but there's just no entries that are available just yet. As we wait for this signal to appear, or for these scalps to provide some scalp entries. So I just don't see anything available right now. So let me go down the chat real quick, see if there's anything else that I'm missing before we continue. Nice. So Samurai said, odd USD broke under the first daily zone around 0.78, looking like it might reject 0.78 now, and target of 7.5. Next zone needs to be rejected. Gotcha. Okay, so Samurai is identifying a sell for AU. which I agree with, because like I mentioned, if you guys have been following me, I've been mentioning that the US dollar looks pretty strong. So looking at odd USD right here, I'll redraw everything again from here just so you guys can see my analysis. I'll zoom out from this point. First thing we do is turn on the K2SRs, and then we're going to go ahead and draw our zones on the chart for you guys. So down here, we've got that. Down here, we've got that right there. We've got another zone. Actually, I could just connect these two because these are really close. We got that zone right there. Again, right here, we have this lower zone. Again, right here, we have this lower zone. There we go, right there. There we go, right there. And then again, we have these zones right here. So just looking at odd USD, that's pretty much how I drew my zones. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on my momentum indicator right here. So you can see that this drop started from like way up here. So rejection from that point, sell signal, and then huge drop to the structure right here where it ended up breaking, right? So what Samurai was mentioning, that he mentioned that it rejected off, let's see, rejected off 0.78, which would be around this right here. Oh yeah, so it's perfect, right? So just looking at this here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete these real quick so I can show you what Samurai was looking at, right? So even though I deleted these zones right here, you can see that price broke structure. It tested the structure right here, came back down. Now it's going for a retest around this area, right? So with that said, if it's gonna retest that area, odds are it's gonna shoot right back down right here, right? And if you guys have been following my analysis for the DXY, which is the US dollar, the DXY is gaining strength. Check this out right here. See the DXY? It's pushing up super strong, right? So if this continues to push up, then this is going to continue pushing down. Because if you guys followed my analysis earlier, you guys see that we compare the dollar indexes, right? If you're trading odd USD, you just got to pull up the Aussie index right here for the Aussie dollar, AXY, and then you pair it with the DXY right here, right? So the thing with this is that if the Aussie dollar index is pushing down and this is pushing up, then odds are this is going to push down even further, right? So it just justifies Samurai's analysis, my analysis and Samurai's analysis for a sell here. Obviously, there's one confirmation here. We have a sell signal, so our bias is for a sell. We have the rejection off this point. We look at the index right here. The Aussie index is weak while the dollar index is strong. If that's said, this is going to continue pushing down even further. So it pretty much, it qualifies for a very nice entry off, that specific point. So it does look pretty good for the most part. Yeah, Samurai said 78 is also 38.2 on whole move down. So I'm assuming you're referring to the fibs, right? I don't trade fibs at all, but I'll just draw it for you guys here anyways. I know like a lot of you guys love to trade this stuff, and there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't like drawing it. I don't like trading fibs because I just don't find it, I find it hard for me to really look at. But if you guys know how to use it, I mean, it can definitely work out wonders for you. So yeah, looking at the fibs right here, it looks like it does line up with that 0.382 right here. Oh yeah, so the zone lines are perfectly with the fib right here, right, Samurai? That's what you were mentioning. So yeah, it does look pretty nice right there. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, your sell bias does line up with mine. So I'll probably be calling some sells for odd USD as well. Let me just mark that up so that we know what to look for when time comes. So, all right, nice. That looks good for the most part. Let me go back to the US 30 real quick. No signal there. It looks like it's still pushing. What I would wait for here is for price to come up, test this structure. This is kind of what I'm looking for. Test the structure, reject off that point, and then I'd take the sell. I don't want to take it right now. It seems like it's a little too early for us to hop in some sells for US 30 at this point. Here, let me see if there's anything else real quick. So Steven said, or sorry, let me go back up real quick. So Gerald's asking, is the K2 trend meter relevant or useful for the K2 snipe strategy? So it's not, Joe, or sorry, Gerald. For the K2 trend, for the snipe strategy, we don't use the trend meter here. I mean, you can use it if you want. It's just not necessary because it just adds too many requirements on the chart. So if you wanted to turn on the trend meter right here, I mean, you technically could have it on because then you'll have a bias. But if you're applying the specific strategy, it's not required and it's not recommended. It's just for an extra confirmation, but you can just take it off. You don't need it for that. Gerald, you can use it for the intraday strategy, but for the snipe strategy, we're going for like very quick movements. So the trend is really it's irrelevant for the most part, unless you're like looking for something specific. Like if you're looking for very strong trends in one direction, you can just use the pivots. Because looking at this right here, Gerald, if price is below the pivots, it's obviously trending down, right? If I zoom out from this point, when price is above the pivots, it's trending up. When price is below the pivots, it's trending down, right? So you don't really need the trend meter since you're just looking for the quick movements in price. So just keep that in mind. It's not necessary, but if you want to use it, you can. It's just not something that I recommend. All right, so Steven said, GU buy double bottom on our zone with a buy signal. If you like fibs, it's rejecting off 71, 78. All right, so Steven, let's take a look at GU real quick and see where that's going. So yeah, I can see it rejecting off that zone right here. But I think it's going to drop. Honestly, I think it's going to drop, Steven. The reason for that's like the same analysis that I was looking at for AU over here. Like I was mentioning, the US dollar looks like it's going to be strong overall. So just looking at AU right here, you can match it with like EU and you can see how bearish it is, right? So if the US dollar continues to be strong across the board, then these are all probably going to drop. It's probably not dropping just yet, but eventually it's just going to end up dropping like throughout the week. So looking at that, we'll look at the other USD pairs here. These are dropping currently, but I think it's going to swing up into the week. So just looking at GU over here, in order for us to have a buy entry off this, we would need this to close above the structure right here, right? So if this doesn't close above the structure and then it ends up pushing down further and we get a sell signal, then we are going to take a sell instead of that buy. So just keep that in mind, Steven. Just depending on how you're applying the strategy. I mean, there's no guarantee that it's going to go down and there's no guarantee that it's going to go up, right? It can go either way. It's just, we got to wait to see how price reacts to this structure right here. If it ends up closing above it or if it ends up closing below it. And then depending whether we have a sell signal or buy signal at this point. So I would just hold off on it temporarily until you figure out, what's going on. So yeah, guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna step away for like just 1 second. I need to answer this call real quick and then I will, I'll be right back, but I'll leave my screen on so you guys can see. So 1 second, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got over here. So let's see, we got US 30 still bouncing around right now. It's not really anything for us to really take. Let me check this real quick. Yeah, there's not really much for us to really take right now. I'm still looking for these scalps, but there's just not much for us to pull up. But anyways, let me just check this real quick and see. Let's see. All right, so let me just check what you guys were talking about over here. Eric said, missed the buy for the DAX 30 about 20 minutes ago on the 10 minutes. So let me just go back to the DAX real quick. I'm just going to see what everyone's looking at so far. Oh, okay, I see this one right here. So if I replay this, sorry, let me replay it one more. Yeah, so if you took this entry right here, I mean, there's technically an entry right here. This is what Eric's talking about. If you guys are on the YouTube chat, Eric mentioned that he missed this buy scalp right here. So if you go back and rewind it to that specific candle, there was actually a buy entry there. If you go to current time, it looks like, you know, the pivot cut through the body. But if you replay it to like when it actually played out, it actually did not cut through the body. So just looking at that there's actually an entry here for a long position that that Eric missed. So just looking at this here, I forgot what's the sweet spot, Eric, for DAX? Is 250? Or is it less? Well, it doesn't matter. If that was the case there, it's still currently in profit right now and pushing up further. So we did miss this trade, unfortunately. I missed it on my own end. But for Eric, if you did take that trade or if you did get in late, looks like you're currently in profit at this point. So let me see if there's anything else here real quick. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So yeah, looks like Eric, he looked at the 5 minutes. So let me look on the 5 minute real quick. Oh yeah. So this is a perfect entry right here on the 5 minute. If you took this on the 5 minute, it actually, damn, you actually would hit full TP already. So this is what I mean about you guys using this on different time frames, right? If you guys like to trade this on different time frames, like Eric over here is on point, dude. Like Eric, big ups to Eric over here. Eric's about to quit his job soon. Eric's about to quit his job and trade with me full time, right, Eric? Me and Eric have been talking about this for like the past couple of weeks now. You know, Eric is building consistency. So Eric's actually planning on quitting his job soon. So congrats, Eric. You know, you've been locking in some massive profits, Eric. If you keep locking in like 3,000 a day, like, dude, you make more than you probably make at your job monthly, right? If you're doing that daily or even a whole year, bro. If you think about it, you know, if you're locking in about like 3,000 a day, which it seems like that's what you're doing, you know, I'm just going to show you guys Eric's profits over here. You know, Eric this morning, he said killing it this morning. He locked in 3,000, right? So just think about that. If you're consistently locking in 3,000 a day, you know, scalping with me 5 days a week, it's 15,000 a week times, you know, 4 weeks, you're locking like 60,000 a month, which is pretty massive, to be honest. Like 60,000 a month times 12. I'm pretty sure that's more than what you're making annually at your job. So just stay consistent, Eric, and keep killing it, bro. I look forward to seeing you trade full time with me. But yeah, great job. So you guys can see, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, if you guys look at the YouTube chat here, Eric is just calling trades like all day. Like literally, if you scroll up the YouTube chat just from this morning, he's been calling trades like literally all day. So if I'm not calling trades, just look at what Eric's calling. He's calling a bunch of stuff himself, and he's like just killing it, dude. He's killing it day after day after day. And if he stays consistent like this, he could easily quit his job like pretty soon. I was just telling him that because for me, when I quit my job, I literally just quit. I didn't have no savings. I was just like, fuck it. I'm not trying to deal with these stupid bosses anymore. I'm going to do my own thing. So I did that, and it was scary because I didn't have no money. I didn't have like nothing to fall back on. Like it forced me to be successful at trading because I had nothing to fall back on. It was like, if I fail this, I'm going to be screwed because I don't have a job. And I, you know, thankfully things played out like I planned. So like for Eric here, I'm telling Eric to like at least lock in some reserve money because he actually has a family. It's not like me where he can just, you know, do whatever he needs to do. For him, he has a family to support. So I was like, at least lock in like a whole year of funds before you quit your job. And then if you're consistent with it, just keep pushing, you know? So yeah, I mean, that's it for that right there. Let me check real quick to see what else we're looking at before I continue. Samurai said, I think G will hit Yeah, exactly. So Samurai said, I think G will hit 1.38 next. Normally order blocks will retrace, but looking weekly at the pin bar, the daily, I think 1.38 most likely, but that doesn't mean it'll do it. Exactly. So like, like what Samurai is mentioning here for GU, it's just there's no guarantee that it's going to move in a certain direction, right? So I'm not going to be stuck on one area. I'm going to wait for how price reacts to this area right here. Like this whole area right here is just consolidation. I'm going to see how price reacts to this here. And once it does react, like once it, pushes either up or pushes down, then I'll decide, what I'm going to take from that point. But from this point right here, it's just too risky. So it's not something that I necessarily would want to take at this point, just yet. But anyway, so going back to the chat over here real quick. Oh yeah, and then Samurai said, but if the order block double down does break long, expect 1.4800, then down. My thoughts. Yeah, no, I could see that too, Samurai. And it was like I was just mentioning right now, right? Once it like confirms what happens from this area right here, because it's just in an area of consolidation right here. Once it confirms whether it's going to push up or push down, that's when I would take the trade. But I think personally right now, I would just hold off for that confirmation, because we really don't know what's going to happen at this point. I have a sell bias. If you're asking me, like personally, I have a sell bias because I think the US dollar is going to be strong, but we would have to wait and see how this ends up playing out, before that. So anyways, back to the chat over here real quick. Joe said gold sell on the 5 minute. So let me pull up the 5 minute on gold. So there was a sell right here. Joe, I'm not sure if that's what you were referring to, but let me see if there's another one. Okay, damn, looks like there was a couple entries here that I probably missed out on. So it looks like Eric, Joe, and Tony are killing it with these gold scalps right here. Unfortunately, I'm missing out on these scalps right here. I wish I would have taken a couple of these trades, but I'm glad that you guys are locking in these profits. As long as one of us in K2 are locking in these profits, that's all that matters to me. I don't really care if I'm like missing them or hitting them. As long as someone is hitting these profits, that's all that matters, right? Because when you guys win, I win too. Even though I'm not taking these trades, I'm still in it with you guys. I'm still cheering you guys on. So looking at gold right here, this is the most recent sell, which would be this candle right here. I think other than that, it's just been moving down further and further. I think if this comes back up, rejects off another structure and pivot up here, then yeah, possibly another entry. But until then, I mean, it's just going to be holding tight until we get to that point. So other than that, let me check real quick to see US 30, if there's anything new that's happened. So like I mentioned here, guys, we're still waiting for it to come up and reject off this structure. Slow market so far. It was fast earlier this morning after this big gap, but then ever since then, it's just been consolidating sideways. So it's been consolidating. Let's see for how long. It's been consolidating for about 2 hours and 10 minutes now. So just keep that in mind, guys. I mean, sometimes we just have to hold off on this. I mean, you shouldn't be forcing trades unless there's something there to take. So let me just check real quick to see where, nice. So Steven right here, that's a GJ we were just talking about earlier. Steven just locked in 29 bucks off that GJ right there. Nice profit off that, Steven. 22.69. Quick scalp off GJ. I'll save that to our profits over here. And I think that's about it for right now. So let's go over here real quick. All right, CT sent me his chart for AU. Let me go to CT real quick, see what he sent me. All right, so CT said AU and a large volume cluster. I need to see movement clearly down or out of volume before I trade it. I agree, same here. So here's CT's breakdown for AU right here. He sees a huge volume cluster where price currently is right now. So if I pull up AU on my chart, let me just see this real quick. Yeah, so just looking at this here, this is the same thing that we were looking at earlier, right? So if this buy signal does close, we would need this to close above here before we take that buy. We're not going to enter the buy just yet. We need that confirmation that it's going to break structure right here. However, looking at CT's chart here, he has it going both ways. It's the same thing for me right here, right? It's the same markup that I have right here as well. I'm basically just waiting for that confirmation. That's why we don't get stuck on one bias, right? Right here, we had a sell bias, but now that we have a buy signal right here, we can switch to a buy bias if price ends up breaking above the structure over here. So that's where I would take the buy. However, price can easily reject off this point again, even if we have that buy signal. And then if that's the case where price rejects off the structure and it comes down even further, then, you know, obviously we can take the sell instead. So just keep that in mind. This lines up perfectly with my analysis in CTs. He's looking for price to either break above or break below. So looking at this here, we need price to either break above or break below here. So until that happens, there just isn't really much for us to really, you know, look at this point. So this is pretty much what we're waiting for until we have that confirmation. But here, let me see. Biko is asking, is that 5-minute DAX trade valid? I don't see rejection off structure. So let me pull up this DAX real quick. So Biko is asking about DAX on the 5-minute. Down to the 5-minute chart right here. Turn on this K2SR structure. So looking at this right here, Biko, I don't see any sell entry or any entry that's available right now exactly. But Biko, just looking at this here on the 5-minute, it looks like the most recent entry was actually right here off this red candle. So just looking at this here, it rejected off this structure and this yellow pivot. So if you were to take this trade right here, this would have hit, Biko. I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to, but I don't see any other trades here currently. The most recent one was right here. It was about like 30 minutes ago. If you ended up taking this trade, obviously would have hit, but I don't see anything aside from that. This is the most recent entry off the DAX. Let's see, Samurai said, problem with the 5-minute, 1-minute, if you're not comfortable with it, can happen a bit fast. You need to think fast, like stop sizes, spreads, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, no, I agree with you too, Samurai. That's why I normally don't trade on those. I don't trade off the, you know, the other time frames, because it's just, it moves way too fast, right? You don't have time to think. That's why I prefer the 10-minute. But I mean, if you're quick with it, you can trade on the 5 minutes. Just, I would go from higher to lower. So I'd start with like maybe even the 30-minute. You can start on the 30-minute and then move down to the 15-minute and then move down to the 10-minute. I wouldn't go the opposite. I would first go from higher to lower until you're comfortable. The more comfortable you get on these time frames, then you go in the lower ones. Because you guys can see, for me, I'll trade on the 10-minute primarily, and then if I see some good moves, I'll go down to the 1-minute and I'll scalp even further on there. But personally, I think the 10-minute is probably the good sweet spot in between, because you get not as much noise, but then you get also some pretty decent entries as well. So just keep that in mind, you know, when looking at these specific pairs and looking at where to scalp, because it's just really going to depend on you, you know, whatever you're comfortable with. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you too, Samurai. So Samurai said, if you're new or not totally comfortable, trade on the 10-minute upwards to give yourself a chance to think and plan. I agree 100%. All right. So other than that, let me see if there's anything else for us to look at here. It's about 9 o'clock. So the next 4-hour candle closes in about an hour. So I'll be looking for some Forex trades right here real quick. If I see anything, I'll mark them up. If not, looks like, I mean, there's not really much to look at this point, you know, until there's any entries. So nothing off odd CHF, odd JPY, nothing here, because we need a break and close past the structure. Until we get that, there's not going to be any entry available just yet. Odd NZD, let me see this real quick. No, it's not enough. It's only 10 pips, not really worth the risk. Odd USD here, we're still looking for that to break and close. CAD CHF, nothing there. CAD JPY, nothing there. Let me check these zones real quick. Okay, let me delete this real quick. So technically, this could be a buy entry right here. I'll mark this up real quick for a buy for CAD JPY. The reason for that is because we have, so same analysis that I've been going over this whole time, rejection off the structure, breaking close past structure right here, plus the buy signal right here, confirming that bullish move, right? So if this closes with that buy signal, you can possibly take a buy entry right here and then just ride that up. I'll probably just round it to like 60 pips though. I like using whole numbers. And we'll mark that up. Yeah. So if I see that close right there, I'll call that for a buy. We'll kick off our trading week with that one first trade. CHF JPY marked up yesterday. Perfect entry if you guys took that. Your odd right here, same thing that I just analyzed earlier, right? So right here, we have the rejection. We have the break and close path structure right here. Unfortunately, I didn't jump on this. I missed this trade, but it would have hit full TP off this point right here. So I'm going to take that off the watch list. Okay, Euro CAD right here. This might be an entry. We have the rejection from this point. We have the sell signal right here. We have the break and close path structure right here. So this could be a pretty nice short entry right there if we decide to take that. So let me just mark this up real quick. I'm going to see if there's any other zones here. Okay, that's kind of risky because there's now a zone down here. So if we do decide to take this, it'll probably be a shorter move, like 40 pips or something. I'll keep watching it. So I have that marked up on my list already. Where do we have a pending buy signal for or sell signal for US 30? So I'll keep going back to that. Let me keep going down this list right here to see if there's anything for us to possibly take. I would like this EG, but we need to close below that structure. Same with EJ over here, nothing there, nothing there. Same with Euro USD, waiting for that to close below. Here, let's see this. About 40 pips for GA right here. Rejection, nothing there. Nothing there. We would need a sell signal for us to be a sell, but technically there's nothing that's available there just yet. Looking at GN over here, we need that confirmation. There's nothing there. Same with GU here. The same thing we've been looking at all day today. There's nothing there as well. NZD CAD, there's nothing at this point. NZD CHF, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. USD CAD possibly. We have the rejection from this point. We have the sell signal right here and also the break and close. So we're just going to add these together. We have the signal right there, break and close from that point. So with that said, we could possibly take a short position right here to this this next structure, which would be about 35 pips. I'll keep that marked up. I don't know if we're going to take this trade, but we will keep watching it for this candle close. USD CHF, I mean, this trade failed from last week. This was on the 26th. So unfortunately we missed this, but there was a rejection from this point. Buy signal, break and close right there. If this trade was taken right there on Friday, which, we don't trade on Fridays, but if that was the case, full TP right there. So no trade there right now, but it would have been a good trade if we caught that at that point. So just looking at my list here, the only trade that I really have my eye on right now is CAD JPY. I'm going to go ahead and look at the index here, the Canadian index, which would be CXY, and then I'll match that with the JXY to confirm, the strength of these assets. So looking at the Canadian index right here, it's pushing up, but it's not very strong. So as it's pushing up right there, let's see. Well, it looks like the Canadian index is pushing up stronger than the Japanese index though, right? So they're both kind of bullish right now. They're both green candles. But the CXY is pushing up higher above these pivots while the JXY is continuing to push down from here. So if that's the case right there, this will continue pushing up higher, right? So I'll keep this in mind and, I'll decide whether I want to take this trade or not. So I'm going to match this with the other CAD pairs. CAD CHF is pushing up. CAD JPY is pushing up. So that gives me confirmation that this is probably going to continue pushing that area. Looking at, no, they don't really, I'm just looking at the other correlating pairs. GBP CAD is pushing down. That indicates that the CAD is strong here. Euro CAD is pushing down right there as well. So all of these kind of, they all kind of, match up kind of similarly. Looking at CAD JPY right here, it's pushing up. Euro CAD's pushing down. This is indicating that the CAD is strong. Same with GCAD right here, it's pushing down as well. NZD CAD pushing, it's pushing up slightly, but it's pushing down overall. And this is going to indicate that the Canadian dollar is strong. Same with USD CAD here as well, right? So if these are all pushing down, it's going to indicate that the CAD is strong. So with that said, I'll probably call this trade right here. But, like I mentioned, we're going to have to give it some time before we actually decide to, or actually, I take that back. The buy signal here disappeared. So if that's the case, there's not going to be an entry here. So we got to wait for this to close before we take it. We have about 45 minutes left. which is a lot of time. So we'll see how this moves within then. At about 9:45, I'll take a look at the Forex pairs and I'll see which ones we decide to take. But until then, there's just nothing that's really available yet at this point. So Samurai mentioned, I see a few people asking about risk. If you could add a risk calculator. Oh yeah, to the indicators for download. Shawn, thought that might help. Yeah, no, exactly. I agree. So the problem with this here is that I trade directly on TradingView, so I don't even need it, right? So like, for example, here, if I'm to take a buy, and obviously this is the paper account because I haven't linked my personal account to here just at this moment. But basically for this right here, if I was to take like a normal, like what a standard lot, which would be 100,000 units. If I take a standard lot, my TP stop loss is like that. This would, you know, I just changed the risk calculator here from like 1.9, if I'm doing 3%, it automatically changes for me. But okay, perfect. So David said he has a risk calculator. He'll send it to my Telegram. Yeah, definitely, David. If you can send that, that'd be perfect, bro. And then I can share it with everyone here as well. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so David has a dedicated web calculator, so that's perfect because we can use that for a lot of the stuff here. Man, my FTMO account's looking boring right now. I'm just looking at it right now. I'm like, I mean, it's nice that I have all these wins right here, but I just haven't had any trades like lately. The last trade I had was this DAX trade this morning where I made about 184, but everything else is like, I'm like trying to take some trades, but there's just nothing for me to really take right now. So I'm just delete this off the chart. I'm gonna wait for David to send me that risk calculator, and then I'll be able to take a look. Yeah, Joe mentioned Stinu. Stinu is good too. That's one that I used to recommend before. It used to be free, but it's not free anymore. So here's Stinu right here, guys. This is one that we used to use before, but it's not free anymore. Or from what I heard, it's not free anymore. So this used to be one of the calculators that people used to use right here for this. You guys can use this. There's also baby pips. This is the one that I always send people. So there's a couple options here, like risk to determine your risk. You can use a lot of things here, like Stinu if you want to pay for it, or the position size calculator here on baby pips, where you just put the currency. This is a little more work, but I mean, it still does the job. So just you know, just keep that in mind for these over here. All right, let's see. Josh said there's an entry off US 30. Oh, okay, there, perfect. So we got that. We got this setting up right here, guys. If this closes in the next 2 minutes, this is going to be an entry for the daily position right here. I'll call it for you guys in the premium. It's a risky trade, but it looks like it can play out. So maybe we'll see if this ends up closing. Yeah, Josh said if it closes, I'll be taking it. So here we have a pending entry right here for this daily. We have about 2 minutes left on this candle. Let me just pull up. Let me pull up US 30 on my chart real quick. I'm going to take a normal lot size. I'm not taking anything fat. I'm going to take like a one lot, and then I'll scalp in between it. So I'll have one lot here to run this full position. And let me pull this up over here as well for some scalps. See if there's any zones up there. All right, so no zones right now just yet. Let me go on the 10-minute right here. 1 minute. Oh, wow. So there's some scalps here on the 1 minute if you guys were taking some scalps off this. But this looks, yeah, looks pretty solid. So I'm going to take that scalp. I'm going to take this daily entry, guys, if you guys want to take it with me. I got about a minute left on here. So let me just set up the charts real quick. I'm going to call this trade for you guys in the premium. So let me see US 30. All right, I'm just going to set this up right now so that you guys can see this. So I got that pending right there. Let me check the price difference for, we don't have that much time. We got about 50 seconds. So I'm just going to, I have this set up on my chart, guys. I'm about to take it right now. I'll count down whether we, let me just give us some time right here. We got about 30 seconds. If you guys are here on the Zoom, you guys have this real time. So if you guys want to follow along, I'm probably going to take this. This looks like a nice sell. We got about 26 seconds, 25 seconds. We got about 20 seconds left, guys. We got 15 seconds left. Sorry, guys. It's a boring trading day. We got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm in the trade, guys. So I'm currently in the sell right here. If you guys want to take it, let me post this up real quick. Let me just set that up right there. All right, guys, so we're in the trade. I mean, if you guys want to take it, feel free. If not, you guys can just watch from the sideline. It's up to you guys how you guys are feeling right now. All right, so I got this sent out to our premium members. There you go, right there with that. Let me get this FTMO right here as well. Just delete that, delete that. All right, let me just set up another thing right here. I'm just gonna set it up with my FTMO. So let's see, 3, 1, 5, 4, 2. Well, it's not even off by that much. It's only off by a little bit. So let me just set this up real quick for you guys here for you FTMO traders. And then you guys can see right here, if you guys are in the premium, this is what you guys will get. You guys will get detailed parameters for everything, right? Whenever I call a trade, you'll get your detailed parameters right there. And that's pretty much it. There goes the trade. So if you guys are in premium, this is what you guys will get. You guys will get the screenshot. You guys will get the parameters right there, entry, target, stop loss, whatever. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, guys. So we will let this run. So let me just set this up real quick. And then now I'm going to take some scalps as we follow through with this. So this is going to be daily TP1, 750. Get this set up right here for the full move. So it doesn't look like this isn't really going to be moving that much, guys. It's probably going to be a snail move until later. So let me just get this real quick. Let's see. All right, so I got all my alerts set up right there for the daily move. I'll also be looking for some scalps. So I'm going to mark these up real quick just so that I know what to look out for. All right. All right, so these lower zones are kind of relevant, so I'm not even going to draw them. They're kind of, there's just no point in us drawing them because price is so high up. But when price does come down, then we can take a look. But anyways, let me just set my TP stop loss for my FTMO real quick. Let's see. All right, so stop loss is 31692. TP is going to be 31392. All right, so it looks like we're pretty much good to go. I'm gonna let that run for a bit. Going to let this run, and then we'll see how it plays out. So, all right, let me just continue. Looking over here real quick. Let me just check this over here. I'm just looking for some scalps, guys. I'm looking for something for us to possibly take, meanwhile. But let me check the chat real quick if there's anything else here. Yeah, Jeremy. So I'm already in. I'm in the position right now for US 30. I entered market because I waited for the candle to close. So it's not a sell stop. I mean, if you want to put a sell stop, you can, but it was already at entry, so I just entered right away. Varun said, what happened with US 30 for 20 minutes? Why is there a gap? There was a gap because the broker data was shut off for a bit, Varun, but it came back on. So it was moving for Rwanda. It just gapped for currency.com. It wasn't necessarily for all the other pairs. It was just for that specific one. So there's the trade for our US 30. It's currently in some like slight drawdown. It's not that bad, but it'll probably bounce around until we get to that point. So I'm not going to bother watching it. I'm just going to look for some scalps now as we continue on. So let me see if there's anything else here. Okay, perfect. So David sent me his calculator. Let me just pull it up for you guys real quick. All right. So if you guys want to do this, you guys can bookmark it. It's just calculators.trade. What an easy thing to look at, right? So just looking at this here, I guess you could, yeah, your US dollar, if your account balance is like what, like 1,000, I guess. Risk percentage is 1, stop loss is like 150, 1,500, I guess. Oh, so it's just for Forex, but I mean, it works perfectly fine. I mean, you can't use it for indices, but it works fine for Forex. So if you guys want to look at this calculator right here, it's calculators.trade. So thanks for that, David. This definitely helps a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and save this in my my bookmarks. Actually, save it real quick. There we go. Yeah, so I just saved it in my bookmarks real quick. So it's actually really good. I'll choose this for example. Euro USD stop loss is what, 50 pips. Calculate. Yeah. All right. So 0.02. This is actually really good. Yeah. So thanks for that, David. If you guys want to use this calculator here to calculate your risk, I'll probably make a video on this at some point. But yeah, this definitely helps. So let me go real quick. Eric said sell on the DAX. Let me just pull that up real quick. What time frame are you looking at, Eric? Are you looking on the 5? Because I don't see anything here on the 10. Let me just go back to. I'm assuming Eric was talking about the 5, right? Oh, 1 minute if you dare. Okay. So I don't recommend just entering on the 1 minute like that, but you know, if you guys want to, this is actually a good entry because we're in a sell for US 30, right? So if we're in a sell for US 30, this is probably going to follow in the same direction. It's a risky trade to take. So I personally wouldn't recommend it. But I mean, like I mentioned before, if you guys have the risk tolerance to take trades like this, go ahead. I just personally wouldn't recommend it because it's just too risky on my end. And it's not something I would want to take unless I'm like 100% positive, right? So I personally wouldn't take this trade, but yeah, like Eric said, I guess there's one that's pending right here. So this is kind of tricky actually, Eric, because there's entries from both sides. Like this previous candle was for a buy. And then if this closes right here, this would be for a sell. And that's why I usually don't like trading on the shorter time frames because it's just a little too choppy, right? You get sometimes you'll get trades in one direction, then you'll get a trade in the other direction. So it's just it's a cat and mouse game. It's going back and forth. It's like you win some, you lose some, you win some, you lose some, and it's just back and forth. So I probably wouldn't do this on the 1 minute unless we have one that's already available on the 10 minutes. So let me go to the US 30 real quick. And I'm just going to draw some zones here because generally what I like to do is if I'm already in a certain direction, like I'm trading in a certain direction, what I generally do is I like to wait for price to break and close past structures. And then I end up taking trades in that direction. So I'm just going to draw this right here. See, we got a couple right here, actually. There, one right there. So yeah, now that I'm currently in a sell for US 30, basically for this right here, if this ends up closing below, you know, a structure or something like that, if this, let me see how many pips is this. It's not very much. If this ends up closing below this structure right here, say if this closes below here, right? I'll take a 1 minute scalp off this. Let me see where the lower zone is here. K2SR. Yeah, so there's no lower zone off this point, like further on. The next zone is actually way down there. So I think once price breaks this structure right here on the 1 minute, it's gonna have a long way to go down. So if that becomes the case, then I'll probably enter another position. right there off these 1 minutes. So yeah, so guys, if this push, so like, just check this out. If this ends up closing below the structure right here, then I would anticipate it to drop even farther, like way farther down. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for right here, guys. So I'm just being patient with this. It is 929 or 930 actually. So we're getting close to mid-market. And this is kind of what I like to see as well, right? Because we're in a sell right here. Generally, if you guys are familiar with like how the market moves. So right here, the market opened at 630, right? Basically, when market gets half, like midway, so like right here, the first half of the market price was shooting up, right? Second half of the market usually goes the opposite direction because there's two impulses for US 30. So for US 30 right here, this actually aligns with our sell right here. And I anticipate this to actually drop pretty heavily. So, I mean, we'll wait and see how this plays out. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to happen. But if it does, that's going to be perfect because it's going to be moving the same direction as our entry right here. So just keep that in mind. And that's, it's pretty much what we are looking for at this point. So let me just go back to the chat real quick and see what you guys are asking over here. Samurai said, looks like a good short, I mean. Yeah, no, definitely. It does look it looks pretty solid for the most part if, if it's something that we're necessarily looking for at this point. But yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for this to play. Just gotta give it some time. So Samurai mentioned if you're on MT4, search marketplace for risk size calculator. Okay, I got you, Samurai. So here's the problem, Samurai. I'm trading on a Mac. So for my FTMO right here, this is a web app. It's not the actual app because I don't have the actual app. So I wouldn't be able to use any of those EAs that you're mentioning about. And that's why I prefer to use TradingView because everything's built in. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm on a Mac, so I can't use any of those special EAs that put it on the chart, like similar to what David's using. Like for David over here, he has that EA where it marks up, all of his stuff here. He has his EA here that marks up everything. But for me personally, I don't have it on my Mac. I tried to run parallel on it, but it didn't work. So I'm stuck with the web app. So yes, Samurai, if I could, I would, but I can't even install any EAs on mine. So unfortunately, I mean, I'm stuck in the same boat as everyone else doing it by hand when it comes to MT4. Right. So I think I answered everyone's questions. Let me just check real quick to see if there's any Forex trades. It's 9:30 right now. We have about 30 minutes until the next 4-hour candle closes. Yeah, John said, Shawn, you need to buy a $500 laptop for MT4. I was thinking about that. I was going to build a separate computer just for that specifically, actually, but I haven't I haven't really gotten a chance to do that yet. But that's probably going to be next on the list of things to do. It's just I don't really like using PCs, so literally the only thing I'll be using it for is for MT4. Yeah, it's weird, Samurai, that MT4 doesn't support Mac. Like Mac's been around for so long, and MT4 has been around for so long. So I'm surprised they haven't ported it over. I mean, they ported TradingView. Like TradingView, this is the TradingView app for the Mac, and it works perfectly fine. But yeah, I mean, my options are limited when it comes to MT4. But anyways, guys, I'm just looking back at these Forex pairs right here because this candle is going to close in about some time. So I'll be watching for these trades here. We have about 30 minutes left, actually 26 minutes to be exact. So that's what I'm waiting for here. Once this closes, then we can start looking for some entries off these Forex pairs. But I'll probably be calling this right here, CAD-JPY. This is probably the main one that I'm going to call. I don't know if I'm going to call USD CAD because I still think that the US dollar is going to be strong. So if that's the case, this might end up shooting back up at some point. So, just keep that in mind. Otherwise, we will be, we'll just be watching from this point. Yeah, Samurai said MT4 still runs on 32-bit. It's so old school. Everyone builds high spec PC, and you only need 4 gigabyte RAM and 32-bit. It's crazy. Yeah, I know, right? Like it's weird because MT4 is such an old platform. That's why you can even run it on the web app. And it's funny because they have it on the web app, but it doesn't necessarily convert over, to the actual application model for it. So let me check real quick. I'm going to see if there's any other entries here on the indices. So let me just go down the indices list again, guys, for you guys here that are trading, that are trying to scalp these indices. So like, let's see the Aussie 200 over here. There's no entries that are available off this. The China 50. Oh, it's a big zone right here. No entry off the China 50, but there is a huge zone right there. Oh, wow. Okay, so whoever's trading the Spain index, was it Spain 35, I'm assuming? There's actually an entry that's available right here. I'm not sure if anyone caught this, but this was available here for the Spain index. If you guys were following me earlier, I was marking this up from earlier today. There's actually a couple entries here. There's an entry right here for the Spain index, and there's an entry right here. So if you took either of these, like if you took this one right here, it looks like you would have been in profit on its way to TP for the Spain index right there. Let's see, France 40. See if there's anything here. Not necessarily, but there is a zone right here. So I'm not sure if you guys are trading this. I know we have some French traders here from France. So if you guys are trading this, looks like there was a scalp entry that was available right here. There's nothing over here, obviously, but the most recent France 40 would have been this one right here, this entry right here, right? There's a rejection off the pivot, rejection off the structure. With that said, if you took a long position right here, full TP off the French 40, if you're trading the French index. So nothing here for the DAX, the Nikkei, nothing there. Nothing here for NASDAQ. It looks like a lot of you guys took these trades earlier though. So if you guys did take these trades for the NASDAQ, looks like you would hit some nice TP off that. Yeah. UK 100. I know a lot of you guys like to trade the UK 100. Looks like if you're looking at the UK 100, there was actually a trade that was available about 10 minutes ago off this red candle right here. So if you took that entry off the red candle, there was a long position that was available, and it looks like you're currently in profit at this point. If you guys did take that trade, I didn't take the trade, but I'm just showing you guys, you know, what was available as we moved along here. So, all right, so that's about it for the indexes. Let me check the chat real quick and see what else we've got here. So Jeremy said, use root server. That's the most stable solution at home. Internet is not so stable like in a server farm. I use one since 4 years. At home, I had stability problem and internet problems. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'll take a look at that, Jeremy. Thanks for bringing that up. I haven't heard of that before, root server. Yeah, I'll add that to my list of things to look up. I'll probably Google that right after this session. Dilraj is asking, hey, Shawn, can you look at NZDJPY? Yeah, perfect. So let me pull up NZDJPY for you real quick. NZDJPY is right here. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to analyze this from scratch. This is one question from Dilraj. So I'm going to delete everything off the chart, take all the zones off the chart, zoom out. So from this point right here, I'm going to turn on the K2SR indicator, right? So right here, same thing that we always do. The first thing we'll do is we'll draw these zones on the chart for you guys so that we can identify, you know, where the rejection points are. So looking at this here, we got all of these lined up. These over here are kind of overlapping, so we can probably extend this down a bit. Looks like we got another one right over here. I mean, these all kind of connect, so I could probably just put these together down here. And these are kind of relevant anyways, because they're so far from current price that it just doesn't make sense for us to really even give these too much attention. They're just here for reference so that we can see, you know, exactly when and where price has rejected from in the past. So, all right, just looking at this here, go ahead and show you my analysis. So there's the zones marked up for you, Dilraj. After we have these zones marked up, the next thing I do is I turn on the momentum indicator to identify our bias. So just looking at this right here, this actually looks like a good buy right here. So it's a good, let me just mark this up. Thanks for mentioning this, Dilraj. I didn't notice this until now. But yeah, looking at this point here, we have a rejection off this lower area right here. Then we have the buy signal right here. And on top of that, this breaks and closes past the structure, right? So if we have the rejection from here, the break and close past the structure, this would qualify for a valid buy entry using the K2SR strategy. So if this ends up closing right here, Delraj, this would be a good, buy entry from this point. So I'll probably call this as well. Let me check the index right here. So we're looking at NZD versus JPY. So we'll leave the JXY up here and we'll change this to the, ZXY for this pair right here. So this is kind of tricky right here, Delraj. The problem with this right here is that they're both bearish, right? So looking at the New Zealand dollar index right here, this is a red bearish candle and it's trending down. So with that said, if these keep pushing down together, if they both go down like that, then what will happen for NZD-JPY is that it will just go sideways. Because in order for it to go up or down, one has to be stronger than the other. Obviously right here, the JXY is pushing down heavily while the the ZXY is pushing up slightly. So the New Zealand dollar index is attempting to push upwards, but it still hasn't confirmed, that push up yet. So that's why we're getting this bullish move right here, because although they're both bearish, the JXY is actually way weaker than the New Zealand dollar index right here. So this might push up, after this candle, this might turn into a bullish candle. And then if it pushes up even higher, it'll probably keep pushing higher and higher, right? And with that said, that's going to give us some confirmation that, this might continue pushing up. Because if you guys are not familiar with how these Forex pairs move, basically when price is going up, that indicates that the first currency is stronger than the second currency. When price is coming down, that's going to indicate that the second currency is stronger than the first currency. It's kind of like a weighing scale. So like, for example, here, let me just draw this for you, a trend line. So you can see this as a weighing scale, right? When price is going up, that's going to indicate that the first currency is heavier, aka stronger than the second currency. Vice versa, when price is going down, this is going to indicate that the JPY is stronger than the New Zealand dollar, right? So just looking at this here, if this ends up pushing up higher and this keeps dropping, then what's going to happen with NZD JPY? It's going to keep pushing up, because if that becomes the case where the NZD is stronger and heavier than the JPY, then it makes complete sense for it to continue pushing up higher, right? So that's why I see this pushing up for NZD JPY. It's just gonna, this would be a risky trade because it's not clear that the ZXY is pushing up. It looks like it's attempting to push up, but it hasn't confirmed yet. However, looking at the JXY right here, this is moving down so strong that we can assume that this is probably going to keep pushing up from this point. One way to do it as well is you can match it up with the other NZD pairs, right? Or the JPY pairs. So looking at NZD CHF, it's pushing up. That means that the NZD is strong. NZD CAD, it's slightly pushing up. So it's, gives you a little hint that's pushing that direction. Same with NZD USD. If this continues to push up, it's going to indicate that the NZD is strong across the board. One other way to do it is to look at the other JPY pairs. You can see here that JPY is pushing up, right? That's indicating that the JPY is weak and the AUD is strong. Looking at CAD JPY here, what we were looking at previously, it's doing the same thing. It's pushing up. Euro JPY, it's pushing up. GJ, it's pushing up. NJ, it's pushing up. And then UJ, this will be pushing up as well, right? So across the board, it indicates that this is going to continue pushing up. So this is a nice call right here, Laraj. I will probably be calling this for the premium entry as well. So thanks for mentioning that. I'll definitely be looking at this in the next 15 minutes once this candle closes. Let's check on US 30 real quick. There we go. Nice in profit, right? This is what I was mentioning earlier. When we take this trade, don't bother looking at it, guys. If we have an entry there and if it's valid, just let it play out, because right here, it went up and then it came right back down pretty nice. So looking at this here, let me go back to that 1 hour chart that I was looking at on US 30. I might take some scalps off this now because I do see it dropping. So, man, where's my, okay, sorry, this is the wrong chart. That's why. Let's tripping out for a second. Okay, there, oh, fuck me. Okay, I missed that right there. Let me take this scalp right here real quick. All right, so I'm scalping right now throughout this move. Let me see this real quick. So I'm trying to find where that lower zone is. I don't think there's another zone here on the 1 minute. Sorry, I totally missed out on the scalp right here. that I was waiting for, because I was waiting for price to break and close below a structure, and I missed out on a couple of these scalps right here. So I'm just watching this right now off this US 30. And yeah, here, I'm just gonna keep watching this right here. Just gonna set something here at 31.5. Let me see what the pricing difference is between MC4 and TradingView real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not super off. 31542 minus 31552. Well, it's only off by like 10 pips. So it's not really a huge difference right here. Oh crap, what did I do? Whoops. Accidentally closed this calculator. Let me fix that. Yeah, it looks solid for the most part. All right, so I'm gonna leave it alone right now, and then we'll just, we'll just let it play out for the most part. So we will let that go. But yeah, thanks to Raj for that tip right here for NZDJPY. I'm gonna be looking at that as we continue on. Sorry, guys, I just missed a bunch of stuff up here. Okay, so yeah, Dilraj, thanks for that for NZDJPY. I marked that up on my chart, so I'm probably going to call it in the next 15 minutes. So I'm going to look at the next one for you. You wanted EuroCAD. So let me pull up EuroCAD real quick. So there's just a lot of stuff going on. I just pulled up the chat right now. There's a bunch of messages that I think I might have missed out on. So yeah, looking at EuroCAD right here, it's the same thing that I was looking at earlier too as well, Dilraj. So I'm not going to go and redraw everything because I don't want to mess up my charts. But, just looking at this point from here, actually, sorry guys, let me just pull up US 30 real quick. All right, so I took another scalp off US 30. I took a bigger lot size though. I'll come back to you, EuroCAD, in 1 second. Dilraj, let me just check this real quick. All right, so nice drop off this point. If this ends up closing below the structure right here, then we could probably see a pretty nice drop. Got about 12 seconds left on this candle, but we'll see how it ends up playing out. But I'll just keep an eye off this, because this is just gonna, if I stare at this 1 hour chart, it's just gonna keep me too preoccupied. So let me go back to EuroCAD for you, Dilraj. Looking at this right here, this is pretty much what I was looking at earlier, because I first analyzed CAD JPY, right? So I was looking for CAD JPY for a buy. So if you tie this in with EuroCAD over here, obviously I was indicating that the Canadian dollar was strong, right? So like looking at this here for EuroCAD, if the Canadian dollar is strong, then this is probably going to continue pushing down even further. So that's basically what I'm looking for right here. And I think this is going to continue dropping. The only problem with this right here, Dilraj, is that it's too close to this next zone right here, right? So it makes it a little risky, because in this case right here, if price comes down, it can easily reject off this point, or any time before that. It can reject off the top area or the lower area. There's just two areas where it can reject off from. So just looking at this here, Dilraj, I think it's going to drop, but it's going to be a risky drop because just because of how close it is to this next structure, right? So just keep that in mind if you decide to take this trade. I'm probably going to hold off on this. I do have it marked up, but I'm probably going to hold off on it. It's only like a 40 pip move, so it's a little risky. And I don't want to take too much risk, too early in the week. So I'm probably going to call CAD JPY for a buy. But if this pushes up, it's probably going to align with this as well. This is probably going to push down as well. And then same with the NZD-JPY, because the NZD-JPY and CAD JPY move similarly, right? So looking at CAD JPY right here, it looks like a mirror image to NZD-JPY right here. So I'll probably call these two. And this would probably be a good trade too, but like I mentioned, I don't want to take too much risk on early in the week. So I'm probably going to hold off slightly before I decide to, take something else. But for the most part, I'm probably going to be looking at CAD JPY for a buy, and then also NZD JPY for a buy as well, since they both seem to be going in, the same direction. So let's see, I'm just messing around with this right here, just looking at how it's moving around. Yeah, I'm seeing it bouncing around a lot. So this is why I don't bother really looking at this at this point. I just wait for it to move smoothly, because it's going to bounce around a lot, guys. I'm not going to bother really looking at it, and then I'll continue. I'll probably look at it at a later time, but just not right now. It's just not something that I necessarily want to, focus on at this point. So other than that, and this is why we don't trade on the 1 minute, right? Because it's so choppy. There's too much stuff going on the chart right now that it's just, I personally think it's too risky. So let's go back to the 10 minute. I don't think there's any scalps that are available here for the Dow 30. Just trying to take another scalp off here, but I would have to just wait a little longer. Let's check on the 5 minute. Yeah, there's just not really much movement right now. I mean, we're looking for the zones here, but there's no zones on the 5 minute either. The zones are way down here. And then same with the 10 minute, there's no zones here right now. The zones are way down here. So, I mean, we'll just have to give it some time for it to play out. Until then, I mean, there's not really much for us to really do until this plays out. I mean, you can see right here, it's still in some drawdown, slight drawdown, but it's bouncing back and forth. It goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. But there's not really much for us to do until it actually plays out. So other than that, guys, I think that's it for these indices. We have about 10 minutes left until the next 4-hour candle close. Once this closes, I'll probably call this for you guys in the premium, and then I'll probably be logging off. I've been on this live session for how long now? I've been on this live session for, I've been on this for like 3 hours now. So let me just check out the chat real quick and see what else we're looking at here. But yeah, hopefully that helps for you, Dilraj. I would just hold off on, certain trades at this point. But okay, so back to the chat. Let me see what I missed out over here. All right, David, see you later. Gotcha, okay. Nice, nice. Yeah, Jeremy, thanks for that tip. I'm gonna take a look at that. Let me scroll up. Yeah, roots. I'll take a look at that after. David, Josh is 1 minute zone for US 30. I'm probably not gonna mess with it right now actually I'm not gonna mess with it for a bit. So US 30 it's still messing around. It's messing around this area. I'll probably keep watching it. And then possibly, probably not gonna mess with this 1 minute until we get some better zones. Because the problem with these zones here is that it's so far off. Like for example here, if we were to catch these zones on this area, Josh, this would be perfect, right? Because it broke structure here, come down, full TP. Broke structure right here, come down, full TP. For right here, it's hard for us to really determine, where the next structure is because the next structure is way down here. So I'll probably hold off on this for a bit. And we'll continue holding, our full position right here until we end up getting, some better confirmation, because there's just not enough confirmation right now for this until we have a better zoned area. All right, so let me go back to the chat real quick, see if there's anything else here. Yeah, Neandra said US 30 gonna drop. Look at NASDAQ, please. So let me pull up NASDAQ real quick for you guys. So I'll see if there's any scalps here for the NASDAQ. Let me see. Yeah, looking at the NASDAQ right here, let me just delete everything off the chart. Let me just redraw these zones here on the, this is a 10 minute, right? Yeah, 10 minute. So looking at the NASDAQ here, it's still pushing up slightly, but I think it's going to end up, probably by the end of the day, it'll probably start moving down because it looks like it's going to. It just looks like it's been pushing for too long now. So it's about to lose its steam and drop down from that point. Yeah, Neandra, just looking at this right here on the NASDAQ, it just looks like, Neandra said, I see movement same as NASDAQ 100 and US 30Y. Sometimes they move separate, sometimes they move the same, but they don't necessarily move mirror-like. Sometimes they'll just be moving the same, sometimes they won't be. They don't necessarily move the same like every single time. Like look at US 30 here and look at NASDAQ. I don't think they're necessarily moving the same. So if I zoom out from this point, let me just zoom out. So here's the NASDAQ, and then here is US 30. I don't think they, see, like they move kind of similar, but not exactly, because they're totally different indexes. Like the US 30 is like the top 30 US stocks in the US. The NASDAQ is the top 100 tech stocks. So these are tech stocks. They don't always move the same direction as US 30, but you can see right here that they kind of move similar, but not exactly, right? You can see here for the NASDAQ, it had a bigger bullish move here compared to US 30. I'm going to take these off the chart so you guys can see better. There you go. See, Andrew, just looking at this here, I mean, they look kind of similar, but not exactly, right? Because like right here, you can see that US 30 consolidated for a long time, but NASDAQ was like dropping here and it bounced back up right here at this point. So, I mean, it happens sometimes where they're moving the same, but it doesn't always happen that way. It's just, sometimes it's a coincidence if like the stocks end up moving the same direction, but they're totally different sets of stocks. This is only an index of 100 stocks, which are primarily tech stocks. And the US 30 over here is 30 stocks, but it's primarily, a different set of stocks, not necessarily just tech stocks. And that's why it moves a little different. So just keep that in mind. Looking at our US 30 position here, it's currently in profit, looking pretty nice. Yeah, this thing's starting to dump pretty heavy right here off this. Let me see if there's any other scalps here that are possibly available. If there's some more scalps, and it's probably something that would be decent to take here. Yeah, you know what? I'll probably keep watching US 30 here on this 5 minute. See if we have a sell entry. So this is what I'm looking for now, guys. So like this is where my analysis starts to change slightly. So like, for example, right here, I'm like looking for this to, where are the zones at? I don't even know where I got these zones from up over here. Sorry, guys, I have no idea where I got these zones. I think these are from the 1 minute, right? Yeah, actually, sorry. So these are from the 1 minute right here. Looks like, damn, looks like this would have been a nice little scalp right here. So there's a bunch of scalps that are actually available here on the 1 minute. Let me go on the 5 minute real quick. So, I mean, they're decent there too, but I think I'd probably look on the 1 minute. Scalp up, scalp down. Yeah, there's actually a lot of scalps here on this. But I'm not going to hop into any of these trades. I'm going to wait for these to play out. I don't know if Eric's probably over there scalping his ass off on this. Eric. See, Eric got kind of quiet in the chat. He's probably scalping on his own right now. Yeah, well, I mean, it's fine because our main position here is still pushing down. So it's perfectly fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to keep letting it run, and I'm probably going to try to hop into some more scalps over here. Oh, crap. We have 3 minutes left. So let me call these trades for you guys in the premium real quick. Let me see. Nothing for AU. I'm just going to confirm these trades real quick before I take them. Yeah, so Dilraj, looking at EuroCAD right here, see how it's too close to the zone. It's only about 25 pips. So I'm probably not going to take this trade. If you want to take it, you can, but it's just too risky on my end to really want to take it. And DJPY looks good. It hasn't closed that buy signal. So if it isn't closed, there's not going to be an entry there. USD CAD right here. I was waiting for this to close below this structure, but it doesn't look like it's going to necessarily close there. But CAD JPY right here actually looks pretty solid for the most part. I'm just going to call this now so that you guys can get it in the premium group. So let me just call this because I know some of you guys don't trade indices with us. So let's see if I stop. Sorry, guys. That was an accident. Yeah. Real quick. Okay. So let me just take another screenshot of this. Sorry, the wrong button. All right, so this is CAD JPY right here. Slightly. Just So this is how I call these signals, guys. I apply the same strategy that I teach you guys. I don't do anything different. So if you guys want to learn how to trade exactly how I do, I mean, it's really simple, right? You just copy what I teach you and you do the same thing that I do every day. I don't really change anything different. It's the same thing every day. I mean, there's nothing really different about it. So there shouldn't really be much confusion, when you guys apply these strategies, because there you go, right? Here goes my signal, my entry, and we're good. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set these alerts real quick. Here's Eric right here. What did Eric do? Damn, Eric's in profit 1,383 cents. So just like I told you guys, Eric was being quiet right now because look what Eric's doing. Selfish. Look at him making all these profits without sharing these trades with us, right? I'm just joking with you, Eric. But yeah, Eric, look, I gotta turn my head sideways to look at his screen. But he's locked in 329, 549, 160, and 270. So nice work, Eric. I knew once Eric was gonna get quiet, he was gonna start taking some trades. So that's how you know how serious it is, right? Once you get this locked down, guys, you guys could just take a bunch of trades on your own. And then, I mean, I don't know, you guys don't really need me anymore at that point. Once you guys get down my strategy, you guys don't really even need me anymore. You could just take these trades on your own. But yeah, nice work off that, Eric. Freaking Eric over there. Secretly taking these trades behind our back. It's all good, man. I want to see you guys. I want to see everybody profit, guys. I don't really care if damn, look at this huge drop right here. Man. Wow, this thing's dropping heavy. I'm thinking about just taking a sell and just freaking holding on to it. All right, let me see. And that's exactly what I did. Oops, just hopped into that sell. I'm in profit 815. I just took a random sell, guy. Well, not a random sell. I took it because I saw the drop right here. So I have it. Now I'm just trailing my stop off that other position because we're running both of them down anyways. So I'm in profit now about, it's pretty decent so far. So I did enter a scalp, guys, for another sell off a bigger position. But I'm just going to let it run for the most part. Let me see our full position right here. Yeah, we're about to hit our TP right here off our daily entry. And then if you guys want to see my current profits right now, I'm in profit about 600, about 700. Then it just keeps dropping, 755, 800. I'm probably pretty nice. So sorry I didn't call that scalp. Sometimes you just got to think fast, guys. I don't have time to just let you guys know. But I did enter a scalp here. I don't have any parameters. I'm just chasing it down. So here on the 1 minute, I entered a scalp when I saw the drop above, like around the area. I'm in profit 1,000 now. So I'm in profit 1,000 right here, 995, 1,115. So I'm in that scalp, guys. I'm just writing it down for the most part. Look at that. I'm just going to keep scalping it. I'm going to keep writing it down as we continue. Profits about 1,200, 1,300, 1,500. Come on, let's go TP. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm probably 1,400, 1,500 right there. I might just close this out right now. Let me see. Nah, let's keep holding it. Let's keep holding it. Ooh, let's go. Let's keep pushing down. Damn, this thing's crazy. I'm going to watch it right here. I might just close it if I get. All right, I'm out. I'm out on that one position, but on my full position, I'm still running it. I'm going to keep scalping it even more as it continues to drop even further. So I just locked in about 1,000 off that trade right there. I'm still in the full position off this one. I still have one running. I have this runner right here, but I'm scalping in between it. So I have about 500 off that. I locked in about 1,000 off the other one, and we're just going to keep going down. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to keep, I'm going to hop back in. So I'm just waiting for this to come back down. Let me see if there's another zone down here. So good thing I closed out because look at that push up right there, right? So you guys can see that you guys got to be really quick with this. If you're going to scalp on the 1 minute, you guys can't play any games. You guys got to be on point. You guys can't be looking away from the screen. You got to take it, comes down. Once it swings back up, close out of that position. Comes back down, hop back in, rinse and repeat, right? Over and over again. So that's, you guys can learn from me. If you guys want to be mentored by me, I still provide mentorship if you guys want to do that. But like I mentioned, it's really up to you guys. The opportunity's there. If you want to sign up, go on the website, k2trades.com right here. Click on K2 Strategy course to sign up. actually, I'm supposed to be closing the sign up today. So if you guys want to sign up, go ahead and sign up today. If not, just wait until it reopens. I don't know when it's going to reopen, but it's it's up to you guys if you guys want to, take advantage of that. But anyways, so I locked in some pretty nice profit off that scalp. I'm pretty happy with that scalp. Let me see if there's anything else here that I missed out on real quick. So let me see. All right, nice. Okay, cool. So those look fine right there. Let me see if there's anything else here for me. CT said Telegram. Let me pull up Telegram real quick. CT. Oh yeah. Okay, so you identified that right there. CT, that support, right? So what do you think is going to happen, CT? You think it's going to drop, or do you think it's going to push up? So CT marked up these zones here. I know I do see that support right there as well. It's on the 10-minute. Wait, where'd you get that support from? I'm assuming that's a new support that just set up right now, right? Oh, okay, shit. Okay, so we're getting close to these support areas. Now this is where it gets nasty, because we do have some messy zones right here. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that price is going to reject off it, but it makes it risky, right? This increases our risk because it's so close to these zones that it can be rejection points. But the thing with US 30 is it doesn't really respect these zones. It bounces right off. If the momentum's there, it'll break right through them. It doesn't even give it the light of day. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'll just mark these zones up here so that we're actually aware. So we're not just like, oh, what happened? Why did it reverse? Obviously, there's a support right there. So that's probably why it reversed. But we will we'll keep an eye on it. So yeah, thanks for letting me know, CT. I didn't even bother to look at the new zones here because I just wasn't looking. But anyways, let me see if there's any other scalps here for US 30. Because now I'm just looking for some scalps because we already have a sell bias here. So now we're just looking for some possible scalps that could be available here. Let me turn on the K2SRs. Yeah. All right, cool. So we're just waiting for price to come down, break below the structure. So this is kind of what I'm looking for here. I'm waiting for price to come below it, come back up, provide some sort of rejection off of K2SR and pivot right there. And then what I'm gonna do from that point, take another scalp down. So this is basically what I'm looking for right here. I'm just waiting for it to play out at this point. Okay, CAD-JPY. CAD-JPY is currently at entry point. Let me just finish setting this up. I was setting it up earlier and I didn't get a chance to finish it. So CAD-JPY, full TP, 60 pips, right? 60, All right, the one last one, the stop loss right there. Setting up all my alerts, we're good to go. Last alert right here. All right, guys, so it's 10 o'clock. I'm about to sign off right now. I'm just going to check the chat real quick to see if I missed anything. But otherwise, I mean, we're still riding this this US 30 right here, riding it down even further. But I locked in a pretty nice profit. I think I'm up about 1,000 today because I had that first entry for 182 and so the first one was 184. The last trade that I just took, that scalp, was 995. And then we currently have that pending, the sell that's running right now. So I'm still in profit for that, about 375. So I'm going to hold on to it. I'll decide whether I want to close it or not, but I'm probably just going to hang on to it and then let it run. But US 30 looks like it's pretty much flat right now. It's just stopped. It's lost its volatility at this point. So we'll see how this plays out within the next, hour or so once we get closer to like lunchtime. But it looks like it's still dropping on my end. I'm back in like 400 profit for that one move. But okay, so let me scroll up real quick. Looks like I missed a lot of stuff here. So let me see what else I'm looking at over here. Okay, I see you guys having your side combos there, which is perfectly fine. Eric said, I'm plus 1K in these trades. Bad habit, but if I see that the indices have a similar move, I'll sell all 4 in one trade. Yeah, no, definitely. I do the same thing too sometimes, Eric, but it is a risky move. Just to clarify, that is a very, very risky move. Samurai said 5 minutes, an inverted cup with handle on the 1 minute. She would work going on pattern. Nice, nice. Okay, definitely, Samurai. I was gonna go draw that, but yeah, I was gonna draw that, but I'm not gonna even try Samurai because you know how much I suck with patterns, and I know my cup and handle is gonna look really ugly, so I'm not gonna bother drawing that. But I do see what you're talking about for that. Eric said DAX 30 is getting close to a 10-minute structure, so let me get to the DAX real quick. All right, so looking at the DAX right here. Eric, yeah, it's the same structure that I drew earlier. So yeah, it is getting close to the structure. So we'll see how this plays. I mean, if we're taking a sell for US 30, then I'm probably gonna want to sell for the DAX too. So we'll have to wait and see how this ends up, playing out once it gets closer to that zone. But yeah, we'll definitely be looking at it. Let me see if there's anything else over here real quick before, we continue on with this. Nice, perfect. So Marcus said, I did sign on like 20 minutes ago. I'm doing the course curriculum now, but I'm listening to you on live. I'll upgrade to by the end of the week. Yeah, definitely, Marcus. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, or, we have these live sessions every morning. So if you wanna, hop on here and ask questions, always feel free. I'm here to help you guys out. Like I'm literally here to answer any questions that you guys have, because I want to make sure that you guys are as profitable as, everyone else in K2. Because obviously, there's enough profit to go around, guys. Like a lot of people feel like there's like a scarcity effect here, like where only some people can be profitable. But guys, like if you're scalping, you can be profitable with everyone else, because we're not really pushing market. We're just getting in and out. We see scalps, make a profit, hop out onto the next one, right? We're not really getting stuck on just one position. There's our TP right there, about to hit. Man, I should have entered this freaking for another. I should have just held on to that big scalp, dude. That would have been so nice. It's all good. But you guys already know what I'm getting ready for. I got these ready. I just need this to close below, and then we could be good. I'll give it a few seconds, let it play out right there. You guys will see the alert once it hits. Come on, US 30, just hit our TP. Come on, bro. All right, I'm in profit 700 off that one. What's up? I'm in profit 700 off that one. So that's looking good so far. Come on, US 30, hit our freaking TP, bro. It's literally on the dot. Look at the dot. It's like less than a micro pip away from our TP. Come on, US 30, stop playing with us. There we go. Oh, and it's dropping in. There you go. Dave, where you at? Oh, I forgot. David he went off back to work already. So there's the horns. You guys know what the horns mean. When you hit the horns, we got that full TP right there. I mean, not full TP. We got TP1. So let me just give that update in the chat real quick for you guys in the premium. Congrats if you guys took that trade I called. Told you guys be patient, right? Some people are freaking out right here in this drawdown, but look what happened. Came exactly where we thought it was going to go. So let me just give you guys an update real quick over here in the premium for you guys that did take the trade. There we go, 750 pips in profit. All right, guys, congrats. Congrats to everybody here who took that trade. I mean, you guys don't even have to be in the premium, right? You guys just sit here, watch my live sessions, and you guys still make money. It doesn't make a difference for anyone here. Yeah, I was checking the chat to see if there's anything else there. But yeah, for the most part, nice work off that, guys. TPs on TPs on TPs. I'm in profit about 750 right there. Thinking about closing it maybe, because I'm gonna go to the gym right now. I don't like having trades running when I can't monitor them. So I just closed it out, guys. I locked in some pretty decent profit off that. Yeah, not too bad. So these are my profits for today, guys. I'm out of this trade. If you guys want to hold on to it, you guys are more than welcome. But here are my profits for today. So we have, let me just check this real quick, make sure. Yeah, so that hit TP1 right there. Just want to make sure that you guys have everything over here real quick. All right, so that scalp that I took earlier when I was looking at the trades, I made about 995 off that. You know, after fees and stuff, I got like commission and whatnot. I was at 1,000, but obviously commission and stuff, I made 995. And then for this one position right here, this one, I locked in another $709 off that trade. So great trades today, guys. I mean, you guys, you know, if you guys are patient with me and you guys just sat in here and waited for these trades, you could have locked in some nice profit. So great, great profit for you guys there. And you guys, you know, if you guys want to let it run, you guys can. I closed it because I'm gonna step away from the computer for a bit. I'm gonna go to the gym because I need to just, man, I don't know about you guys, but like when we're on this chart for so long, I get so tired and I need to go to the gym so I can wake up so I can start scalping again later. Because usually sometimes it'll be a lot of scalps in the morning. Sometimes there won't be that many. So this morning there wasn't too many, but it's all good because like check this out right here. If this ends up, so this is what I see happening. I see this happening where price is going to come down right here, right? This will come down here. It'll come back up. As this happens, we're gonna have some more scalps in this direction. So I'm gonna keep taking these trades. Like I'm not really gonna, like I got out of this position right here, but it's cool because I'm gonna hop back in for some more. Like it's not like I'm done. I'm just wow, look at Billy over here. So check out Billy over here. Damn, I'm jealous. Look at Billy. He took all these scalps right here. He even took GJ. Come on, Billy, you can't share these trades with us. I'm just messing with you, bro. So Billy over here, oh wow. So he has 2 FTMO accounts. Okay, he has 1 FTMO account. His first one, he locked in 2,833 for the day. Nice work, Billy. And then he has another account here. Here's his new FTMO account. No losses, straight winners, 2,662. So congrats to Billy over here, dude. Killer, man. He's been like locking it, dude. Locking on point. Billy's been with K2 not even that long. Like, what is it? Like less than a month or so, Billy? Yeah, I know it hasn't been that long. But you pretty much have been like literally killing it, dude. Congrats to you, Billy. And he didn't even take the daily US 30. So this is yeah, so if Billy took my trade, he would have made even more profit, but he didn't take my daily entry. He's just been scalping on his own, guys. So this is what I'm telling you. If you guys can, if you guys want access to these indicators and this strategy, it's available to you. Just go on the website, k2trades.com, click on K2 strategy course right here, and then gain access. And just a reminder, I'm probably going to be closing that sign up today because I just don't want to, like, I don't mind teaching you guys here, but I don't want to keep teaching brand new people, right? Because if I teach brand new people, it just takes a lot of time out of my day. And I want to be scalping because obviously look at Billy over here. He locked in way more profit than me today. Damn, look at this right here too. Israel, check this out. See guys, these are profits by people in K2. I didn't even call these trades. These are profits just being taken on their own. So straight winners right here for US 30. These scouts right here for Israel. So Trell actually, yeah, I don't know, I'm calling by your full name, but this is Trell. So if you guys see Trell in the chat, this is Trell. He's locked in a ton of profit right here, scalping on his own. I didn't call any of these scalps, right? I just called the main entry, which would have been this one right here. And then on top of that, the smaller scalp within it. So great work off this Trell. He locked in some heavy, heavy profits off that. And then same with Billy over here, straight winners, right? He took the sell here for US 30, straight winners. And then again, right here on his other account. So guys, just a reminder, if you guys, Henry over to you, look, profits just keep coming in. Nice work for everybody here in K2. It's not just me that's hitting these profits. I showed you I made about a little over 1,000 today. Look at Henry over here. One account, 1,685. Account number 2, 1,700. So you can see here in K2, people have multiple FTMOs, right? And people are killing it every single day. So if you guys want access to it, I mean, feel free. If not, you guys can just keep watching from the sideline. Jonathan right here too. Boom, another 1,000. So guys, like, I don't know what else to show you guys. How much more transparent can I get for you guys? Showing you guys the trades live and then showing you people messaging me their profits as we're talking right now, right? I'm not even asking anyone to send me profits. Everyone is just sending me profits as we speak. And these are different people. We have Billy here, 2,600, 2,800, Israel. How much is this? 2, 3, 4, 5. He locked in about 2,000 off this too. Henry over here. 1,600, 1,700, two separate accounts, Jonathan. So congrats to everybody here, guys. Like literally, this makes me super happy to see everyone kill it every single day. Like this is every day for us. If you guys want to sit in on the live session tomorrow, you guys will see us do the same thing again. So, you know, if you guys want to take the opportunity, it's up to you. If not, you guys can just keep watching our profits. There's not really much else for me to tell you guys. Over here, Steven over here too. Look, boom, another profit. He's over here scalping the czar. Some profit off that. So nice work off that right there. Salvo over here, Sisu as well. Look, Sisu again too. Boom, 2,488. And he's taking a break. Yeah, I think you deserve that break, Sisu. But yeah, look at everybody. Everybody's balling today. And it's not just today, this is every day. But all right, guys. So let me check the chat real quick. I think I'm done for now. I'm gonna go hit the gym real quick, and then I'm gonna come back. I got some mentoring sessions today. So if you guys want to sit in on the mentoring sessions, just feel free to so in order to sit in on my mentoring sessions, they're completely free as well. You just have to like this video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and turn on notifications. That way YouTube knows that you want to watch my videos. And whenever I go live, which I go live about three or five times a day, you'll get an email from YouTube telling you know, like, hey, Shawn's going live. Here's the link if you want to watch it. I don't post that link. So just make sure that you guys are subscribed to the YouTube so you guys can watch. And Naresh said, dude, you're the best. Thanks for this live trade. When will be your next session? So Naresh, I have a session today at 4. I have a mentoring session today at 4, and then I have a mentoring session again later today, an hour after that. So I have mentoring sessions all day today. If you want to sit in on that, like I mentioned, just make sure to like this video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and turn on notifications. The only reason that I'm telling you to do that is so that YouTube knows that you want to watch my videos. If they know you want to watch my videos, they'll keep sending you my videos, even though you don't ask for them, right? And I don't post those links. So just, you know, make sure you do that. And then you'll get an email from YouTube telling you like, hey, Shawn's going live for this mentoring session. Let me see. I can probably even show you an example. Or no, actually I don't. Sorry. I was going to show you something when it comes up, but I'm the channel, so I can't show you the example. But yeah, so I'm going to be going live later today. The next scalp sessions are going to be tomorrow again at 6:30 a.m. So other than that, let me see if there's anything else right here. Oh, gotcha, Gerald. So I see a message right here, Gerald. I'll try to squeeze you in later today. I'll message you on Telegram, and then we'll try to figure out a time that works. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I'll try to squeeze you in if it can be a short session. Samurai also mentioned, imagine having a room like the guy in X-Men in a wheelchair where you can see all the mutants. You need to set up like that for trading. Exactly right. Samurai, me too. Yeah, Sam said, my trading has got better just listening to you, bro. Thanks. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you're here, Sam, because I just want to see everyone profit here in K2. You know, it's not just me. It's literally everybody. Shonda right here. Whoa, look at that. Shonda, some profit right there at 174. Congrats, Shonda. So everyone's killing it, guys. You know, like I mentioned, I'm happy to see everyone profit. Jensel, man, look at Jensel over here. 145. Work. Nice. Damn. So congrats to everybody here, right? Here's the saved profits from today. This is just from today. You can see the timestamp right here, and I'll just show you everyone's profits from this morning so that you guys can see, you know, what's possible. If you guys didn't make profit today, don't worry, you'll make profit tomorrow. Eric here at 3,000. Billy right here, 2,062. Billy again on his other account, 1,000. Patricia here, 1,799. Steven over here made 22 off GJ. Eric over here made about 1,300 off those scalps. Billy again, 2,833 off this account. Billy's second account, he made 2,626. Sorry for the typo. And then again right here, Trell locked in about 2,000 off these trades. Henry, 1,685. Again, right here, 1,701. Henry's two accounts. Jonathan locked in about 979. We'll just round that up to 1,000. Steven, again, he took another ZAR trade. He locked in 28 bucks. Sisu locked in 2,488 off his account. And then Shonda over here locked in about 174. So it doesn't matter if you have a big account, small account, you're still going to be winning here at K2, guys. There's no difference here. Everyone's killing it. Jens over here to wrap up the day. 145. So congrats to everybody who locked in profits today trading with me this morning. You know, we're going to do this again tomorrow, and we're going to keep doing this, you know, all throughout the year. So thanks for showing up, guys. I think that's about it for now. I'll be on for my live sessions later today for the mentoring session. So if you guys want to sit in on that, feel free. Otherwise, I'm going to take a break, hit up the gym, relieve some stress from these wins, and then we'll be back a little later. So thanks for showing up, guys. I'm going to log off for now. If you guys have questions, just reach out to me on Telegram, and then I'll get back to you. But other than that, I'll catch you guys in a few hours.